We are excited to have you today at our conference. This will be an opportunity to learn from each other and grow together. I assure you that this conference will be fruitful and informative for all members participating in the conference. We have with us today Director NISM Shri Ashwini Bhatia, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, Shri V. Ananta Nageshwaran. He is joining us virtually. And Shri Uday Kotak, Founder and Director, Kotak Mahindra Bank, Chairperson SEBI, is going to join us shortly. May I request all the dignitaries to please join us on the stage? Let us begin today's auspicious event with the lighting of lamp, praising the most merciful and the most benevolent. Candle, please. Sir, please. Kamlesh, sir, please. Pramod Rao, sir. Sir, please. We have a rich tradition of Atithi Devo Bhava. Here too, we are going to follow such rich culture of ours. May I request Registrar NISM to please welcome Director NISM with the bouquet. Please bring the bouquet. Welcome, ma'am. A bouquet for Mr. Uday Kotak as well. We welcome Director NISM. It is said that success is where preparation and opportunity meet. SEBI and ISM Research Conference provide exactly that platform. This annual conference has been a part of our institution from the last 5 years. It has been a great medium to involve people from academia and markets and MIIs. And this inclusion not only increases mutual respect amongst people, but also makes the research work more comprehensive. Topic of present conference is sustainable finance, the way forward. In an era defined by economic dynamism, understanding the significance of continuous investment and its impact on long-term growth is paramount. Let's delve into the key aspects that shape our financial landscape and the role sustained capital formation plays in fostering a robust and resilient economy. In the coming 2 days, we will be dealing with various aspects of such an important topic. As we engage in discussions and share ideas, let us remember that the discussions we have during this conference will have the potential to bring a big change. We have the privilege to have esteemed speakers in our midst whose insights will further illuminate us regarding the topic. Before beginning, I would like to thank all the dignitaries for taking out their precious time out and making to this event. Without taking much time now, I now invite Mr. Ashwini Bhatia, Director NISM, for the opening remarks. Mr. Bhatia took charge as a whole-time member SEBI in Mumbai on June 1st, 2022. Prior to this assignment, he held the position of Managing Director, State Bank of India. He handles the Department of Debt and Hybrid Securities, Corporate Finance Investigation Department, Corporation Finance Department, General Services Department, Regional Offices, PQRTI, and Board Cell in SEBI. He comes with an experience of over 3.5 decades in the State Bank Group. He has wide experience in treasury operations, retail banking, credit, investment banking, and asset management. So we are eager to hear your thoughts.
A very good morning to all of you. Mr. Anant Nageshwaran, Mr. Kotak, Madam Madhvi Buch, dear participants, good morning. A pleasure to have you with us this morning, and I welcome you to the fifth SEBI NISM Research Conference, a two-day conference which focuses on exploring the many facets of our conference theme, Sustained Capital Formation, the way forward. The conference aims at providing a platform for academia, industry interface, helping exchange of knowledge, ideas, best practices, and to catalyze innovation. To begin with, I'd like to mention that capital formation stands as a cornerstone for the nation's economic growth and development. The good part is we have capital in good measure, whether it is through the traditional channels, but all this needs to be raised transparently and then channelized for sustainable development and growth. The dynamics of capital formation have profound implications, especially for India. To meet India's aim of becoming a developed economy, investment in infrastructure will be key. Substantive development will require investment in all forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, social, climate. The budget estimates for 24-25, the capital outlay for infrastructure is expected to increase by 11% to 11 lakh crores, which this amounts to 3.4% of GDP. Going forward, India will also need to spend more on infrastructure, which according to estimates stands at 8.98 to 9% of GDP. It's clear that the demand for funds far exceeds supply. With government funding nearly 70% of infra projects, it's expected that going forward, private capital and investment needs to contribute a higher proportion of the total funding that is needed. This is easier said than done. In order for private investments to flow, we need more depth in bond markets, including municipal bonds and infrastructure investment trusts and REITs to supplement the equity markets, which we think is very well developed. We also think going forward, more and more population of the nation will move to urban areas. It's imperative that the municipal bond market grows. We have seen great traction in the InvIT and the REITs market. Another source of funding will have to come from the financialization of household savings. As per the statistics published by RBI on financial assets and liabilities of households, the stock of financial assets of households forms 103% of GDP at the end of March 23, which is roughly about 280 lakh crores. But the challenge is how do you channelize all this? Because a lot of it is in the form of gold, real estate, and other assets. Of the total financial assets, bank deposits were the preferred choice of households with 45.2 with a 45.2% share. Mutual funds form only 8.4% of the total financial assets, though that has also been doubling very, very fast. On an average, financial assets have been growing by 12% year on year for the past 3 financial years. Of this, investments in equity and mutual funds forms only 4%, while bank deposits take away 40%. It's clear that the potential investment capacity is already present in the financial system. What we need are the right methods and means to take this forward. The rise of retail investors post March 20 is a story that has been iterated multiple times. I will take a few moments to run through the latest figures. The number of unique mutual fund investors as of March 24 stood at 4.3 crores, almost double what we had in March 20. The total assets under management also have been growing very fast. In 2013, we were at 8 lakhs. In March, we have crossed 54 lakh crores. The same is naturally reflected in the growth in total demat accounts. Presently, the total number of demat accounts stands at close to 15 crores, which is 3.7 times from March 2020. Nearly half of these were added in tier 2 cities and beyond. During the course of this conference, we will touch upon topics that will shed light on challenges before us in more detail. We are delighted and very happy that the conference begins with an address by Mr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, on his thoughts, and that will be followed by an address by Chairperson SEBI, Ms. Madhavi Butch, followed by Mr. Uday Kotak with his keynote address. The panel discussions will take you through the next big ideas of capital formation, deliberation on infrastructure financing, and how do we move from being savers to investors. NISM, as you all know, was formed in 2006 with the objective of building capacity of various stakeholders of the Indian securities market so that we have an efficient and robust securities market in place. The purpose of NISM has been changed recently. I'd like you to just listen to this, that to develop NISM as a premier institution recognized globally for capacity building. Capacity building is very important in the securities market ecosystem with the objective of enhancing quality, compliance, efficiency, and effectiveness of the participants in the market. This would be achieved through skill development, professional training, and certification. To achieve this purpose, NISM has been carrying out a wide range of capacity building activities for professionals in the securities market with an objective to disseminate knowledge through technology-driven initiatives like e-learning programs, webinars, hybrid programs, etc. NISM also considers the importance of industry collaboration. Since inception, the focus of NISM has been to engage with industry partners to understand their training and skilling requirements, enabling it to jointly develop programs and certifications that directly address their needs. NISM has been reaching out to market infrastructure institutions like NSC, BSC, and other intermediaries so that professionals are well trained. These initiatives underscore our commitment in strengthening our ties with industry and facilitating innovation for a more collaborative future. By bridging the gap between theory and practice, this conference will enable collaborations so that we have more meaningful insights with outcomes that are relevant, useful, and that can be applied to the real world in the securities market. Finally, I conclude my address with few words from the book, Psychology of Money. Growth is driven by compounding, which always takes time. This holds true for developments, changes, and improvements that always compound over a period of time. I once again welcome you all, researchers, market participants, industry experts, and my colleagues from SEBI and NISM to this year's conference. I hope we get wonderful insights from this conference that will guide us in policy formation and designing programs and certifications that address the needs of market participants. I welcome you all once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was so pleasant to hear. Shribi Anand Nageshwaran is the guest today, and we are excited to hear some words from him. Instead of his having busy schedule, he agreed to be with us today. We are grateful to him for the same. Being appointed Chief Economic Advisor in January 2022, Dr. Nageshwaran is a writer, author, teacher, and consultant. He has co-authored 4 books. He has taught at several business schools and institutes of management in India and in Singapore. He was the Dean of the IFMR Graduate School of Business and a distinguished visiting professor of economics at Kriya University. He was one of the founders of Avishkar Venture Capital Fund and the Takshila Institution. He was a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister from 2019 to 2021. With that, I invite Mr. Nageshwaran to kindly address our distinguished audience. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Deepali. Good morning to everybody. Mr. Ashwini Bhatia, Director NISM, Ms. Madhabi Puri Bush, Chairperson SEBI, Mr. Uday Kotak, Founder Director of Kotak Mahindra Bank, Satithankar Patnaik, Chief Economist NSE, Mr. Anant Narayanan, SEBI whole-time member, other distinguished whole-time members of SEBI, ladies and gentlemen. It would have been my absolute pleasure to be there in person, be with you and share my thoughts. However, one thing I have learned in the last 2 years is that it has made me very philosophical. In other words, the extent of uncertainty that we face in terms of even having control and influence your day-to-day schedule is so light that one simply has to go with the flow, and nothing is certain until it is actually completed, not even if when it begins. So this particular address, which I would have loved to deliver in person, was pretty much a certainty until about 36 hours ago. And then certain developments happened, which required my presence unavoidably here in Delhi. And therefore, I am delivering this lecture virtually, and my grateful thanks to SEBI and NISM for organizing this virtual interaction on my part, and my apologies to all of you for not being there. When Deepali was making the initial announcement about the focus of this conference, and I had spoken at this conference, if I'm not mistaken, in 2020, I think a few weeks before, I think COVID enforced a 2-year moratorium on many things in the world. She said sustainable finance the way forward, and that made me shudder involuntarily, because some of these words like sustainable, green, climate, environmental have all been overused to the extent that many of them have lost their meaning. They have become nice scaffolding or convenient packaging for industries, policymakers, regulators, financiers, and everybody to clothe whatever else they do in this language. And that fad and fashion, therefore, is not the subject of this research conference. According to the complete schedule I got, it is sustained capital formation, the way forward, which I like. And I was also very happy to hear from Director NISM, Mr. Bhatia, that apart from reading out the statistics on number of investors in the market, number of demat accounts, assets under management, etc., towards the end of his remarks, he also cited one of my favorite authors and writers, Morgan Housel, from The Psychology of Money. And he did speak about the power of compounding, which takes time. And that is the key consideration that all of us attending this conference have to take away with us. Capital formation also takes time. And one of the most important ingredient of capital formation. I will come to the non-economic ingredients later. But the economic ingredient of capital formation is, of course, economic growth. And there is a mutually dependent and symbiotic relationship between capital formation and economic growth. Capital formation is required to generate economic growth, and economic growth in turn generates the income and savings to facilitate capital formation. That is why the economy is a system of mutual dependencies. That is why when an economy goes into a funk, you need exogenous shocks to lift it out of the funk, which normally comes from fiscal stimulus, because the fiscal authorities, given their ability to tax, or the monetary authorities, given their ability to print money, or external demand, or the factors that do not necessarily fall within this closed loop system. And these are considered exogenous factors that can once in a while be applied to lift economies out of downturns. Otherwise, capital formation and economic growth are naturally codependent. And in this regard, we are all very happy to note that our economy is poised to grow at more than 7% for 3 consecutive years. And with some very good luck and reasonable assumptions, we might do so in FY25 as well. That will be 4 consecutive years after COVID. Not too many economies around the world have managed to achieve this feat. It is as important for us to learn from our successes as it is important to learn from failures. So how have we been able to get to these possibly 4 consecutive years of 7+? And the answer is that we did things prudently in a calibrated manner and did not get carried away. I have deliberately chosen words which apply very much to capital markets as well. Not getting carried away, doing things prudently, and knowing your strengths and limitations. And I'm talking precisely about the fiscal and monetary stimulus that were applied to the economic downturn that followed the COVID pandemic onset. Because the fiscal and monetary stimulus were measured, calibrated, and finite, it was possible for them to be pulled back. Monetary policy pulled back earlier, and fiscal policy is now pulling back very actively, as is evident in the interim budget presented for FY25, and creating fiscal space in good times, withdrawing the fiscal accommodation that was needed for 2 years or 3 years after the onset of the pandemic. So in other words, it is important to know one's strengths and limitations and not get carried away by conventional wisdom and groupthink, which at that point, and even I myself have to admit that I wrote in an op-ed in Mint that the government of India should use the opportunity to kickstart growth with a large fiscal stimulus. We already were getting into an economic downturn in 2019-20 as well. And I'm glad that the policymakers in North Block, the building that I currently am part of, did not heed such advice, including from me, and stuck to their chosen path of targeted and effective fiscal intervention. In other words, one of the important things to sustain capital formation in the economy and the way forward is to not fall prey to conventional wisdom and groupthink. So that is, apart from economic growth, apart from responsible fiscal and monetary policy making, the most important considerations I want to mention here are behavioral factors in my opening remarks. Mr. Bhatia spoke about the new mission of NISM, and he spoke about skill and capacity building in among various players in the capital market. I think conferences such as this have to also focus on the behavioral dimensions that will sustain capital formation. And I'm coming to that. The reason why we in India have so far, and that is why I like the use of the word sustained capital formation as the theme of the conference. In general, Sustaining a certain activity or performance over long periods has been rarer in our country. It has been more the exception than the norm. I'm talking at the macro level, and I'm aware that among the audience and among the speakers, we have Mr. Uday Kotak, who has successfully built a sustained, successful business. And there are many such excellent corporate entities which have sustained performance and made a name for themselves and earned well-deserved reputation. But I'm talking in the macro sense. In general, sustaining performance over long periods has been elusive. We have had short bursts of economic growth for 8-9% over 3 years or 4 years, and soon thereafter we run into the brick wall of imbalances, overheating. And naturally, in its wake follows high trade deficits, higher inflation, overvalued exchange rate, non-performing assets in the banking system, etc. And the cycle and the clock is set back to zero again. So in other words, we have always had this problem of running out of breath and running out of steam after a few years. And just to put it in perspective, China's economy grew at an average of 9 to 10% for nearly 30 years. And even if we discount some of those growth rates as inferior in quality towards the end of this 30-year period, for the large portion of years, the quality of growth was very good. And there were many things that they did rightly, such as investing in scale. And also in the initial spurt of reforms post-1979, there was a lot of emphasis on bottom-up growth, town and village enterprises, agricultural productivity, etc. So it's important to that for us to be able to sustain capital formation, we need sustained growth without succumbing to the short-term economic cycle, which in turn arises out of our mindsets. And that is what I am laying the foundation for in my remarks and promising is that we can indeed sustain the capital formation. The most important and visible symbol of this hope for sustained capital formation is the physical infrastructure that has been created over the last 8-9 years. I have not been tired of mentioning this in my remarks in various forums. This very clearly. In the last 1 decade, or even less than that, we have doubled that number. And you can look at power capacity addition, electrified railway supply side limitations have been considerably addressed. And of course, that is not the end of the road, because an economy that is graduating from poverty to underdeveloped to lower middle income status towards middle income and upper income status will continue to require the creation of infrastructure. But more important thing is the mindset shifted to realizing, accepting, and acting on the importance of supply side constraints being relieved, which is what we see manifest in the physical achievements of the infrastructure that have been created. The second reason to be hopeful about is, of course, the creation of the digital infrastructure. And it is not just about being able to undertake transactions for a small sums of rupees electronically without carrying a wallet. More importantly, it is a step forward. It is a pathway to financial inclusion and market access. Not financial market access, that is important. That is why I said financial inclusion, but market access in a broader sense for one's products and services without having such a large presence, physical presence. Even small businesses today can aspire to the local markets in the country and possibly even global markets with their presence in the digital marketplace. That is a very important development. And the third ingredient for us to be hopeful about sustained growth and sustained capital formation is the fact that our financial institutions have come out of their balance sheet troubles and they are in the pink of health. And they are therefore having the risk appetite and the capacity to be able to borrow and lend respectively. That these are the three important physical signs that give us optimism and hope about sustaining capital formation. But I spoke earlier in my remarks about the importance of behavioral dimensions. And one thing I mentioned was the willingness and the ability to defy conventional wisdom, carrying the courage of your conviction, to be able to do things that you believe is right within your capabilities and also which accommodates and recognizes one's limitations. And not only investors in Indian today, but even bankers, financiers, non-banking financiers, and Indian corporate sector would do well to remember this on a daily basis and practice, because the biggest risk to India's sustained capital formation and sustained economic growth is not even in these physical attributes, but in our short-termism. And it is that a country which has such a deep spiritual heritage and wisdom is actually interpreting mindfulness and living in the present in the wrong ways. Living in the present doesn't mean that one doesn't worry about the future, but consume and also pander to instant gratification. Mindfulness and living in the present simply means one does what one has to do in the present, mindful of one's duties and obligations, without necessarily worrying about the consequences and whether the fruits of such actions will materialize or not. Living in the present and mindfulness did not mean that one had zero consideration for the long term. But I'm not saying that Indians are interpreting mindfulness and living in the present in this manner. They may not be. But our actions make me worry that we may be interpreting mindfulness and living in the present as being myopic. SEBI brought out a very good working paper early in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, or 2023. Yet today, we are still talking about the kind of volume surge we are seeing in F&O segments. And if we look at the RBI data on public issues and rights issues of equity, 22-23, we basically had about 2.1 or 2.11 lakh crores of total funds raised for the commercial sector in India, of a total of 29.5 crores, all resources combined, debt, equity, public, private, foreign resources, all put together. The Indian commercial sector, the flow of resources to the Indian commercial sector, including bank credit and foreign resources, was about 29.5 lakh crores in 22-23. Equity alone, public and private placement, constituted only about 2.11 lakh crores. One can think, and of course, I'm not including foreign direct investment, which mostly comes in the form of equity. And if I add that, that number indeed goes up by another 50,000 crores, not a big sum. So 2.6 or 2.7 lakh crores out of 29.5 lakh crores that comes in the form of overall resources to the public, to the commercial sector. I beg your pardon. I think the foreign direct investment translates into a figure of 3.35 lakh crores, or not 50,000 crores. So I'm talking about 5.5 lakh crores out of about 29.5 lakh crores, which probably come in the form of equity. And that is still a ratio of 1:4 or 1:5. If we can very loosely talk in terms of the equity debt mix of all resources that come to the Indian commercial sector. And this number, from a macroeconomic perspective, is probably on the lower side in terms of the equity debt balance. So what is needed in terms of the mindset is to be able to focus on long-term equity capital formation in the country. And for that, I think it is important. It is not just the regulator, but also the market participants, including investors, realize that the regulator is not somebody who needs to be tolerated, but who is providing the correct counterbalance or corrective to this instant gratification or myopia, which with few exceptions is the dominant sentiment, especially during optimistic times. Somebody basically, even in temple chariot rides, some of you who have seen those festivals, there is always somebody who has to make sure that the flow and the pace of the chariot movement has to be moderated and managed over time if the chariot has to complete its entire journey around the temple. Otherwise, there will be disaster. So right now, what we have, both in terms of mindsets and in terms of public reactions, there is a certain adversarial attitude that we adopt vis-a-vis regulators. Yes, there can always be a dialogue, discussion, differences with respect to specific measures. But the underlying focus that the regulators have, which is to ensure that we stay stronger for longer, rather than get caught up in the immediate euphoria of our growth rates and market valuations, and also try to make instant profits. And that is what the rising exposure of even small investors in the F&O segment signal to me. And that is a worry, because we don't want to go through boom and bust cycles again and again and again. One thing that distinguishes human beings from other living organisms is supposedly our ability to learn and not repeat the same mistake. We can commit new mistakes, but not repeat the same ones of the past. And therefore, my submission that conferences of this nature have to focus also on how do we inculcate, or NISM, how do we inculcate capacity building in terms of the mental attitudes that are needed to sustain capital formation. Skill and capacity building have to become broader in definition. Let me turn to one last remark on what else is needed. While I have spoken at length on the mindsets that are needed to sustain capital formation, we should also remember that ultimately our work and our preparations for sustaining capital formation has to be based on empirical analysis. In fact, Table 64 of the Reserve Bank of India's Handbook of Statistics on the Indian Economy is actually giving you very, very important pointers, just so that we don't forget the kind of situation we faced in 2017-18 all the way up to 2021. Take a look at the fact about non-food credit in the Indian banking system. The flow of non-food credit to the commercial sector, to the private commercial sector, or including public, was 11.5 lakh crores in 2018-19. It dropped to 4.7 lakh crores in 2021. So that is a drop of almost 7 lakh crores in the flow of banking, non-full bank credit. Let's take housing finance companies. The flow was 2.2 lakh crores in 2017-18, dropped to 28,500 crores in just 2 years in 1920. Funding given by systemically important non-deposit taking NBFCs and deposit taking NBFCs, of course, net of bank credit which they obtain, was 3.7 lakh crores in 2017-18, dropped to 85,000 crores only. The orders of magnitude of contraction in just a 2-year period in the banking system, in NBFCs, in housing finance companies was so big that naturally the Indian economy, even before COVID set in, was in a weaker state. And why did this happen? This happened because of exuberance in borrowing and lending that prevailed in the first decade, spilling over into the second decade. And this is the kind of memory that we should remember. And in order to ensure that one doesn't overlend or overborrow, because again, remember, in the first decade of the millennium, the bank assets to GDP ratio in India doubled from around 28% at the end of 1999-2000 to more than 56%, double the ratio doubling in a decade when nominal GDP growth was in double digits, is what paved the way for the rise in non-performing assets and all the hard work that needed to be done in the second decade. If we don't have to repeat such spells of excess lending and then indigestion and rebuilding of balance sheets, we should plan ahead by looking at what is the kind of investment ratio that this country needs for the kind of nominal GDP growth that it will have for the next 20 years. And what is the nominal GDP growth that is possible given our demographics, labor and capital productivity? If this is the investment ratio that we can sustain, what does it mean in terms of actual flow of resources that is needed? How much of it has to come in the form of equity? How much of it has to come in the form of debt so that the overall macro financial balance does not get jeopardized? If we naturally, much will come in the form of debt. And if such is the amount of debt that is required, and partly from the banking system, partly from the capital markets, what is the amount of bank capital that will be needed given the capital risk-weighted asset ratio? If that is the amount of equity capital that will be needed in the banking system, where is it going to find this capital? Is it going to find this capital from public budgets? If the banking system remains predominantly in government ownership, or if it has to come from the private sector, why is it a taboo to even discuss corporate ownership of banking assets, of banks? The fact that the mere discussion of the idea of corporate ownership or licensing of banks to corporate houses creates such a backlash and a furor is indeed a cause for reflection on the part of corporates too. Apart from being a cause for reflection on the part of critics and commentators and well-wishers of the Indian economy, etc., corporates also have to reflect on why is it that the public reaction to any proposal, any discussion of corporate ownership of banks or licensing of banks to them creates such a furor is also unfortunate on the overall state of corporate governance in the country. And that goes back to the very issues of myopia and short-termism that I spoke about, which is prevalent among investors, money managers, and the overall sense of euphoria that clouds out the considerations of compounding and waiting patiently for time to emerge, returns to emerge. So I think if India has to sustain capital formation, and the way forward for this, therefore, is in all of us realizing that compounding requires patience and time, that living in the present does not equal to myopia, that delayed gratification and not instant gratification are the answers, not just for individuals, investors or non-investors, but also for businesses, financial asset managers and corporate houses. And if India has to sustain the capital formation for the growth aspirations that we have, and therefore, if more banks and more equity are needed, and if corporates are not going to be there in the forefront of driving this, then also it is a cause for reflection on the state of corporate governance in the country, which also indeed, unfortunately, is a victim of some of the short-term impulses that we carry in all of us. And therefore, research conferences such as these should not only focus on the market microstructure that impede or facilitate capital formation, but also on these larger behavioral dimensions and also dimensions such as governance and our empirical data-based planning for equity rising, borrowing and lending, etc. I once again thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Much as I would have loved to be present there and deliver these remarks, I hope I have given you enough thoughts for reflection. And hopefully these 2 days of deliberations and various technical sessions will leave us all richer if not financially, but intellectually. Thank you very much. I wish the conference all success.
Thank you, sir. We are so honored and privileged to listen to you today. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Chairperson SEBI, Ms. Madhvi Puripuj. Ms. Buch assumed office as chairperson of SEBI with effect from March 2nd, 2022. She served as a whole-time member SEBI from April 2017 till October 2021, during which she handled various departments of SEBI. Prior to that, she had a career in financial markets and banking of around 3 decades. She served as a consultant to the New Development Bank in Shanghai, head of the Singapore office of the private equity firm Greater Pacific Capital, managing director and executive officer at ICICI Securities Limited, and executive director on the board of ICICI Bank. Ms. Buch also served as a non-executive director on the boards of various companies. So let us have the privilege of listening to the message of Chairperson SEBI.
Very good morning. It's a privilege to be here. I must say that the emphasis that Chief Economic Advisor laid on sustained capital formation and the linkage to sustained growth is something that we all aspire to as a nation. And I would basically like to focus on a somewhat neglected area. Sorry, where do I need to point this? Here? No? Have to point it to the laptop? Okay, not to worry. I'll use page down for the moment. Page down. All right. So I think this says it all. And I always like to emphasize that the reason I'm very fond of this particular slide, I use it all the time, is because somehow this connotes to me the physicality of our nation and the growth of the real economy. There's actual economic activity happening in villages, in factories, in towns, in cities. And this sort of manifests that picture to me in my mind that where there is growth, there is capital formation. Where there is capital formation, there is growth. So it's a wonderful virtuous cycle. And we are today as a nation in that wonderful place where one is reinforcing the other. Now the question is, page down also not. Kya kare bhaiya? You just tell me. Now that will work. Maybe that's what they did. Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. So you can leave it now. I think it's good. So I want to focus, a lot more today on a certain group of assets in our country, the REITs, InvITs, and Muni bonds. Mr. Bhatia referred to it briefly in his speech. I think that, very often when I speak, particularly to youngsters, and it's interesting that they ask me a question because they say, we want to be where the puck will be, right? They know that their parents and their so-called seniors have been part of a previous revolution. They have taken the benefits of high growth of certain sectors in the previous generation. Now, the youngsters today are interested in what is going to be the high growth area of the future. They want to know where the puck will be so that they position themselves at a time and place where they will have a tailwind to really help them grow as well. So here's my answer to that question. That answer to that question, in my view, is REITs, InvITs, and muni bonds. Now, why is this? Within SEBI, we've done a very simple exercise, sort of like a back of the envelope exercise, where we asked ourselves, how big can this market be? And we reached the conclusion that just as our equity markets today are at roughly one-time GDP, right? The entire market cap is about one-time GDP. We believe that the total value of our REIT, InvIT, and muni bonds ecosystem can be another one-time GDP. So that is the opportunity for growth which is available to us as a nation. Now, why do we believe this? In a very simple sort of way, the logic is, if you look at all the goods and services that are produced by the corporate sector today, because that is what manifests itself in the form of the GDP linked market value, right? Now, if you look at that and you look at in parallel, what is the value of the entire real estate infrastructure and municipal services that are provided in the country? Where is the balance? So in theory, the value of REITs, InvITs, and muni bonds will far exceed what is today the value of goods and services produced by the corporate sector. Now, in this context, what is it that we as SEBI see as the building blocks? And that's why, again, I love this little slide, because every business, every ecosystem has building blocks, and it's the regulator's job to ensure that those building blocks are in place to facilitate that growth. So what is it that we have put in place? The most important thing we realized is that the strength of our equity markets comes from our retail investors, not just directly their participation in the stock market and holding shares of companies, but through mutual funds, through insurance, through the pension funds, and so on. Now, what this reflects is really fractional ownership of companies, right? That's what shareholding is. It is fractional ownership of companies. So in the similar manner, fractional ownership of real estate and fractional ownership of infrastructure is where the strength of the country will lie. So what have we done to facilitate this and to put the building blocks in place to facilitate that growth? The first thing is for us as a regulator to get comfort to go to retail investors, for us to go to our parents, to our in-laws, to our uncles, to our aunts, to our nieces and nephews to say, you know, this is a very good product, you should invest in it. We need to have that comfort. So the first thing that we have done is we have ensured that the governance elements of these asset classes and the disclosure elements of these asset classes are now something that gives us the comfort and gives us the confidence to go and tell our retail investors that we are comfortable with the way these things are structured. We are comfortable with the disclosure and the governance norms. You can now, without worrying, you can think about investing in these products. So that is one of the first things that we did over the last couple of years. The second thing that we have done is to bring down the minimum investment size, because naturally these products which were considered sort of high risk, and therefore the minimum entry price was kept high. We have steadily brought it down, and the intention, the commitment to the industry is down the line, we will bring it down even further. So making it very much affordable, as I often like to refer, this is the sachetization of financial products that we need to do. And with a very, very small amount, somebody should be able to go and own a fractional ownership of these assets. The third thing that we have done in this context is to facilitate innovation and to facilitate digitization of this whole ecosystem, using the now, I would say, concept of framework that we have in the country of saying that there is public infrastructure and private innovation. So in the markets, while the infrastructure is not strictly public, for instance, the exchanges form the basic infrastructure, the depositories form the basic infrastructure of our markets. They do perform the role of public infrastructure, even though they are in somewhat private hands in a diverse and diversified manner. So allowing for platforms like the online bond platform, for instance, allowing Now, you've recently seen the notification on small and medium REITs. The objective is that we should now facilitate many more smaller and smaller and smaller units of this ownership to be diversely held and democratically held across the country by our citizens. What is true for REITs is also true for InvITs. And we have a lot of belief in the way in which this infrastructure is going to grow in our country, because with every foreign investor that I meet, I find that the interest in our InvIT structures is growing by the day. There used to be trepidation that the way that the banking system, and we've all been bankers, Mr. Bhatia and I often laugh about it, we've burnt our hands ourselves in the infrastructure sector. We know the pitfalls of that, but the way that InvITs have been structured, the way that there are escrowed accounts, the way that there is a ring fencing against bankruptcy, all of those aspects have resulted in a high level of confidence that the investors now show in our InvIT assets. So there is a huge appetite for this. So for all the youngsters who are looking and wondering as to which area of the financial sector they should enter into, wondering where the high growth is going to come from, I can share with you that the level of investor interest, particularly from foreign investors in the InvIT space, is very, very significant. Bonds. This is another one of my favorite pictures, and I was advised in a forum where I recently used this thing कि हमारा एक उधर एक Indian hero भी होना चाहिए. मैंने कहा ठीक है, अगली बार अक्षय कुमार को वहां पे डाल देंगे. So, the time has come. We all know, and we're all delighted that now Government of India bonds will be part of the global indices. And that automatically means that a lot of passive investment will come into the country. The reason we are delighted is that once a benchmark and a yield curve has been established for the sovereign debt, then there is a lot of confidence in terms of investing in the corporate debt as well. So we are expecting that on the back of the inclusion of sovereign debt in the global indices, there will be a significant interest in corporate debt. And so it won't be long before we have an Akshay Kumar standing over there. And certainly, I've asked one of my colleagues to say, yaar, kuch AI, VI lagao, aur wahan pe Akshay Kumar ko bithao. Okay, so we are going to do that very soon. But I think the important thing is to take stock of where we are already. This is a very little known fact. But if you look at our bond market, even as it exists today, while the secondary market has relatively very low liquidity because most of the investors are buy and hold kind of investors, the primary market is actually very robust. So what's really happening, we see here, this is a percentage which is reflecting that if the entire corporate sector in India is borrowing 100 rupees from the banking system, how much is it borrowing from the bonds through the markets, through the bond market? So as you can see, it reached a peak of about 68, almost 70%. And there was a reason for that. Chief Economic Advisor also mentioned about how certain credit deposit ratios in the economy were moving. But if you see, and our expectation is that this number around the 60% mark is actually a number that we can expect to be stable. So for every 100 rupees that the banking system gives to the corporate sector, the bond market gives 60 rupees. This is not small, okay? And we've only just gotten started in terms of retailizing and facilitating a wider and easier spread of bond investments, particularly through the online bond platform, which our teams have facilitated. So we expect this growth really to be quite significant. And with the focus that we have on muni bonds, again, this is something that we hope across the country, we are seeing more and more traction. Mr. Bhatia is personally leading this charge in favor of, facilitating this. And we expect to see a lot of growth. So another area of high growth for the youngsters to focus on. In all of this growth, as has been discussed, the focus of today's conference is sustained capital formation. And we are very clear that we need that capital to come from everywhere. We need the domestic capital. So you have that 500 rupee note there very, very, very closely to be seen. But we need this capital coming from every part of the world because we are a capital deficient nation. Growth have capacity we can actually absorb. We don't have a savings rate that will allow that to happen at this given time. So we need the foreign capital and set it to making this happen because we see our fundamental role as a director of capital formation. Therefore, the objective to say that the ecosystem should be such, there should be trust, there should be faith in it, and the mechanism should be flexible enough to the needs of every single investor who wants to come in to provide capital to fuel the growth in the and is what we are all here to talk about. And I'm hoping the next few days to make this the reality.
For such a thought-provoking message today. Now let us have the pleasure of listening to Sri Uday who has graciously consented to be the keynote speaker today. Kotak is the founder of Kotak Mahindra Bank. He has played an important role in defining and developing the banking sector over 3 decades. He is currently co-chairman of the Indo-US Financial Partnership. He is on the International Advisory Board of the Government of Singapore Investment Corporation. He was the president of Confederation of Indian Industry from June 2020 till 2021. 2017, governance under the leadership of Vice Mr. Kotak to address the gathering.
Ms. Madhipuri Butch, Mr. Bhatia, Director NISM, of course, member SEBI, Mr. Anant Narayan, Mr. Varshney, Ashish Chauhan, many members from NISM, NSC, SEBI, and of course, the part of the practitioner fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very tough act to follow. After the amount of ground which has been covered by Madhipuri Butch, Chief Economic Advisor, and Mr. Bhatia on the whole area of the sustained capital formation. I thought I will make my talk a little more personal in terms of the whole history of how I've seen the development of Indian capital markets and how I see the road ahead from here. It takes me back generations, if I can say, back to 1980. I was a student in Jamnalal Bajaj Institute, and there was a professor from Larsen and Toubro, since we are talking about infrastructure, a gentleman called Professor Shivanand Mankekar. And he taught me the basics of corporate finance, medium and long term, and the importance of IRRs, NPVs, discounted cash flows as the basis for taking corporate decisions as also investment decisions. I found after his lectures, he would normally go away and to the So, and I was quite intrigued. Here is a MBA. And not many people know that I actually bought a stock exchange card in my name in 1985 and went into the ring. In those days, the ring was a physical ring. And buy, sell, all those signals which I learned. And then in that big ring, there was one corner where there was a lot of crowd, but only one market maker, broker. So I asked, because I was learning, कि वो corner में क्या है? So somebody said, वो चोर गली है. So I said, what does that mean? पूरा ring तो बड़ा है, but ये corner चोर गली क्यों है? कि उधर illiquid stocks trade होते हैं और bid offer between 20 and 50%. And of course, the issues of illiquid stocks, lack of floating stocks, even in the technology world, remain. So I'm just trying to say that we may have been 45 years ago, but the issues which challenge markets in those days continue to be some of the issues which we deal with as we deal with the whole area of capital formation. So if I go back to the journey of Indian capital markets, I am actually amazed at the kind of progress we have made. What we are sitting here and seeing compared to those 80s is just mind-blowing. And I have to put it on record. I have to credit various governments across this period. I have to credit the formation of SEBI in 1992. From a point of time when people in the market practitioners used to say that SEBI has no teeth, to sure some of them may now be saying, is it too much? I'm not saying that. So a big round of kudos to the regulatory system and the policymakers. I saw the development of foreign investors in the 90s, till the 90s and even in 2000s. If you talk to most people, investing in markets was considered as a bad word. That's not a place to be. It was always considered to be negative. And if corporate India wanted to raise capital for growth, it was normally foreign portfolio investors in the 90s, and we saw it start with the GDR market. We were exporting our market. We saw the prominence of an unknown exchange in the world called the Luxembourg Stock Exchange become the place where most Indian GDRs were listed. And probably no other company in the world got listed on that exchange, or very few companies in the world got listed on the stock exchange. From there, the evolution of QIP market, the private placement market, development of the secondary markets, progress on. I have seen a revolution of scale and size, which should make every Indian proud. And the question then, friends, is what do we do from us to nurture this average Indian saver who has become an investor? And at the outset, I believe that if you look at the pure model, the investor sure challenges which it needs to meet in order to be able to sustain the investor issuer model. And it is subject to many, many vagaries and factors. Largest and the most successful, and probably at this stage, the only icon which we can compare ourselves with is the United States of America, which has built deep capital markets and has created ability to manage large pools of capital. To an extent, the markets remain stable. More largest market cap needs. I go into that market and look at some of the developments. We should be concerned about the capital formation aspect of capital market, the way the world markets are shaping at fiscal deficit. As you go get larger and larger on that and print more and more of that, it gives a unencumbered right to one country to be able to do things which no other country in the world can do. So one area which I think for India's sustained future is, I think a time has come for us to foresee over the next 10 or 20 years for India's true growth and development, is how can India look at improving its position on the currency side to get a larger and larger positioning as a potential currency of trade on its own capacity. With it come lay the convertibility of the rupee, to capital formation of the scale and size of the largest market in the world or anywhere near. And we aspire by 2047 to be the top 2 economy in the world. We will have to take the battle on the return. And in the early 20th century, there used to be a saying that the sun never sets on the British Empire. In a lighter vein, nowadays, if I talk to some of my friends in London, they are waiting for the sun to rise. So things have changed. And therefore, any country which considers its reserve currency supremacy forever, like probably Britain did once upon a time, and maybe US considers itself very comfortable. That's the time for a nation to build, and to build trust on a global platform. And with strong institutional mechanisms, it is not China. And India has played a major role. The second important aspect for India's future in the context of building long-term capital for India's phenomenal growth needs is the concerns of what's happening right now in the US and the development of an alternate market currency, which is the crypto. And I think Chairperson SEBI has mentioned about this for daily settlement, that the future competition for markets is coming from there. Frankly, I am at a loss how gold or a crypto really create capital formation. But investors are looking for protection of their capital. And they put it into this as a counter edge. Governments will misbehave and are irresponsible on the fiscal or monetary side over long periods of time. Therefore, you just have to look last one's performance on crypto. It's 3x, 23,000. I was just looking at more than 70,000. And what does it create? And as a major part of the future. And effectively, savings of investors are going into that and taking away very, but investors are focused on protecting their value. Gold has kept its value over generations. And therefore, in terms of policy making and the saver and investor is not concerned about capital formation. The investor is for its future. And gold even now produces that 10%. As we think about capital formation, big policy requirement versus an investor who has a very different perspective, protection of his own long-term punji. That brings me to some of the issues that it is the same person. Any of us in a moment take a decision, a bank deposit versus, so the individual changes in the mind from saver to the investor. I'm asking the question that our system of regulation has compartmentalized the saver borrower model primarily with one regulator. So the same, the lens we have to be clear is that finally it is the same person which we are serving through different ends. And the third important player is the fiscal pool. Common, it's not about today, it's back in the 1940s, a statement of John Maynard Keynes, which went like this. Speculators may do no harm as bubbles on a steady stream of enterprise. The position becomes serious when enterprise becomes a bubble in the whirlpool of speculation. What we need to keep in mind is the speculation is a core part of markets, but how do we ensure that the enterprise itself then starts manipulating things to get the speculation get to higher price? And this statement of John Maynard Keynes in the 40s, and it comes on the back of the Great Depression with the crash in 1929, is something which we always need to keep in mind as we think about balancing speculation with creation of capital formation and enterprise. And we have examples of that. I think the biggest example in recent times has been 1980 to 89 Japan. And it's only 35 years later that Japan index Nikkei has barely crossed its 1989 peak. And that's something which we need to keep in mind. But I want to at the same time say that I believe at this stage, we are nowhere near that risk. And there are enough checks and balances in our system today to compare ourselves in serious bubble territory. There may be early froth, as if I can use the phrase from what you said a few days ago, but I would say that it is still froth, a little bubbly, but not out of control. That's my personal view. But as long as we keep a watch and manage it well, we can create a sustained capital formation going forward. I was very intrigued by also the numbers, I think, on the share of mutual funds and compared to bank deposits. 54 lakh crores, which is 26+% compared to bank deposits, which is 204 lakh crores. This number 10 years ago was 10% compared to bank deposits. So 10 has become 27. And if I'm predicting something, in addition, before that, in addition to 26% of mutual funds, if you take AIFs and PMS, it's now a number which is close to 30% of bank deposits. And if we can put good guardrails, I have no doubt that this number in the next 10 years from 30 combined could go to 50% of bank deposits. And we need to nurture and build this for providing capital for enterprise and growth. That brings me to a second point, friends, of sustained capital formation. Yes, of course, we need equity, but it is not a one-legged race. It's a two-legged race. And as has been mentioned, we need debt. And debt, of course, is coming from bank in the form of bank deposits, but also debt in the bond markets, in the REIT markets. And it is here that the tripod of the regulators plus the fiscal policymakers need to have a close working together. And to put it very bluntly, I think from the position of a saver or an investor, if I'm taxed at 10% on equities, which I think is a good thing, because I think you need to encourage equity culture before it is misunderstood. I do believe 40% marginal tax on debt certainly dissuades every saver from considering the debt options. And therefore, we need to look at the gap. And I'm not suggesting any particular direction, but 10 to 40 is a very large gap in terms of outcomes. And it is therefore quite surprising that today, an equity trader in the markets with 6:1 debt equity can borrow at lower rates than a AAA corporate. So we need to look at the entire plumbing of how our financial system currently is to lead to a situation where both the legs of the market, equity and debt, work in tandem for sustained growth over a long period of time. And there is certainly some work to be done on that. And therefore, at times, the fiscal side has some very different choices. What is right in public policy versus what is right for their short-term revenue. And at times, the decision can be swayed, just as the chief economic advisor highlighted about practitioners in the market. We need to ensure the policymakers also keep a long-term view in their decision-making, where public policy focus of what is right is taken as much importance as the short-term revenue implications of their decisions. And this is, again, a genuine belief that in the context of the equity culture, I do believe that there has to be some streamlining of taxation across different classes, including on double taxation on dividends. And we need to find a way of equalizing the highest marginal total tax on debt with the total tax on dividends, which is a corporate which pays 25%, plus the tax in hands of the receiver, which total should not be more than the highest marginal tax. The fact of the matter is, highest marginal tax on debt is 39%. Highest marginal tax on dividends is effectively 57%. So we need to, from a public policy point of view, look at a sustained, pure public policy angle to ensure that capital gets allocated not on the basis of arbitrage, but on the basis of what is fair level of returns for the capital. And undoubtedly, equity is higher risk, therefore needs to be taxed de facto lower than other categories of capital, but not in a manner that it distorts the overall balance of financial markets. Just in that context, I wanted to also highlight often debate. The capital markets have been compared to what I call as the jungle, and it's a survival of the fittest. And then we have to make sure that the policy making modulates the jungle. But what do we want to achieve out of that policy making? Do we want it to be a perfect garden? Do we want it to be keeping the characteristics of a jungle with appropriate rules? How do we get this whole range of policy making options between a free jungle to a perfect garden? And this is the debate which each of us has to ask, and where do we draw the line? If we make it a perfect garden, we will have a wonderful situation. What will it do to creativity and out of the box disruption and change in facts, which are as important for a future as it is to ensure that whatever flowers there are, they bloom well. And I frankly believe that the answer is not an easy answer, and it's an answer of balance and equilibrium. The jungle has beautiful elements. It enables lots of things to flourish, which would never flourish in a garden. But it comes with, at times, rules which may not be fair for all. And therefore, we need to move to a balance between just the survival of the fittest to not moving to a stage where enterprise starts getting affected because of the situation and the policies which we do. And I'm sure regulators, policymakers will be always trying to sustain and struggle through these important differences. And on my last point, as I think about this future, I have no doubt that when we look at India 2047, there is a very strong ability for India to become the top 2 nation. And it is for us here to put the building blocks. I appreciate the number of areas which I think SEBI has made progress, including the whole area of REITs, InvITs, building new platforms, creating opportunity for players with diverse approaches, and keeping in mind that we want a perfect garden in a wild jungle. With that, I'll say thank you very much, and I'm truly honored to be here on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. May I request Chairperson SEBI to please present a memento to our keynote speaker, Mr. Udikut. Now I invite Shri Tikankar Patnaik, Chief Economist MSc, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed guests, Dr. V. Anand Nageshwaran, Ms. Madhvi Buch, Mr. Kotak, for gracing this occasion and sharing their valuable thoughts and insights with us. The points you put forward have been truly informative and thought-provoking. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to NISM Director, Shri Ashwini Bhatia, and SEBI whole-time members for giving us the opportunity to host day 1 of the SEBI NISM conference. I thank the organizing teams at SEBI and NISM for their meticulous planning effort. Certainly not the least, my heartfelt thanks to every one of you, our participants and attendees here, for accepting our sense of the scale of capital formation in this country over the last few decades, the importance of growth for sustained capital formation, how we should be seeing beyond just short-term gratitude, the true meaning of mindfulness and living in the present from Dr. Van. We also saw the relevance of monetization of real assets from Madam Chairperson with fractional ownership, a la financial assets. We also saw the importance of seeing the saver and investor as one person in the saver borrower and the investor issuer models. The saver and investor I wrote here is not worried about capital formation alone, but more importantly about his capital, its protection and growth, the importance of debt in the bigger scheme of things, including taxation, the importance of keeping the long term in mind again, and the balance between, sir, the garden and the jungle. Thank you. I will, as a mark of our gratitude at NSE, may I now invite our MD and CEO, Shri Ashish Chauhan, to felicitate everyone on the dais. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the inaugural session. We'll break for tea at this point. Thank you. Yeah, we are back in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes. There's a quiz to start the panel discussion going. First panel discussion.
The quiz is specifically intended for the students, so I will encourage the students to participate more and more in the quiz. हाँ मैंने अंदर रखा है। हाँ हाँ मैंने देखा स्लाइडो तो कनेक्ट है, तो कनेक्टेड बता रहा है। ठीक नहीं स्टार्टिंग में नहीं, तब शाम बाद देखो। The moment panel starts, I'll open the quiz. Okay. I want to announce the winner to come after the panel. Okay. And finals. So once the leaderboard declare, I have to tell that person, whoever is on the win, to please come to the auditorium during the Q&A. During the Q&A. Yeah. During the Q&A for collecting the near the stage. During the Q&A. And police team को तो हाँ police हाँ अलग से भी है ये ना अलग से भी है।
और एक बार वो ज्वाइन वाला स्लाइड भी कर दो, तो एक बार वो घूमने वाला जो 2 सेकंड का गैप भी होता है ना,
पर अभी फुल प्रेजेंटेशन अभी तो हम नहीं दिखाना चाहते हैं।
हाँ एक बार अच्छा एक बार देखिए, एक बार करके नहीं ये ज्वाइन वाला क्यों नहीं है, बैक 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 तो एक सेकंड
ज्वाइन वाला आ रहा था पहले,
अभी क्यों नहीं आ रहा, इसलिए मैं उनको बोलो मैं दूसरा करने के लिए बोलूँगा, नहीं कुछ फ्रीज करने के लिए बोल दो ना,
फ्रीज करने बोल दो कुछ और
फ्रीज करने के लिए बोल दो,
कुछ और
एक सेकंड
Prior to founding Nova Dhruva, he was at HSBC India as Vice Chairman, Investment Banking, and Head of Global Banking. He is also the member of SEBI Primary Market Advisory Committee. Our final panelist is Mr. Nilesh Shah, MD and CEO of Kotak Mahindra Asset Management. He has over 25 years of experience in capital markets, having managed funds across equity, fixed income, and real estate. He is also part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and Unique Identification Authority of India. He is a member of the AMFI board and SEBI's Corporate Bond and Securitization Advisory Committee. The session will be moderated by Mr. Anant Narayan, whole-time member SEBI, who looks after Market Regulation Department, Alternative Investment Funds, and Foreign Portfolio Investors Department, Enforcement, Inquiries, and Adjudication Department, among many others. Prior to this current role at SEBI, Mr. Narayan has had extensive experience in academia, governance, and international banking. May I invite all panelists to come on stage for the panel discussion.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much to NISM, SEBI, and NSE for arranging for this excellent conference. And just a quick primer as to why we are doing what we're doing. A few months ago, the senior officials of SEBI, the members, the EDs, the chairperson, we were sitting and brainstorming on what could be the next big ideas for taking capital formation forward. We heard the chief economic advisor talk about the need for long-termism. We heard Mr. Uday Kotak speak about regulators needing to look beyond their noses. He said it in a much more polite way, though. You'll be happy to hear that we were actually thinking about this as to, for the next 5 years, 10 years, what could be the big ideas which could take us towards sustained capital formation, which is so crucial to ensure that we meet our immense economic potential. Now, when we were brainstorming on this, we said, rather than us breaking our heads, the best thing we could do is to actually get the thought leaders in the market ecosystem and do the hard work for us. So which is precisely what we're doing over the next couple of days, starting with the first session, which I thought was excellent, and the series of panels which will continue from here. We've tried to get the best and the brightest thinkers who can, throw ideas and give us some insights as to what we should look at for the next few years to ensure that sustained capital formation ensues. We heard lovely insights from the chief economic advisor, the whole-time member, Mr. Bhatia, from our chairperson, Madhvi Butch, and of course, from Mr. Uday Kotak. I'm sure the panels which will ensue from here will add to that knowledge and to those insights. A few two bits from me before I throw the panel open. I was looking at some of the numbers which have gone into capital formation. Now, Mr. Uday Kotak made the point that you have a investor issuer model and you have a saver borrowing model, right? The two models which kind of, in a sense, are complementary to each other, in a sense, compete with each other, but these are the two basic models. I was looking at some of the numbers behind the issuer investor model. In terms of the inflows, we've really got a good thing going, right? So mutual funds, again, some of these numbers you know very well, but worth repeating. For instance, over the last 5 years, if you look at risk-seeking money coming into the mutual fund ecosystem, right, which is equity-oriented, balanced, advantage, equity, all of that put together, it's been about 10.2 lakh crores, which has come into the ecosystem. The corresponding numbers for the 5 years before that was about 5 lakh crores. So it's about doubled the money coming in, seeking risk actively, right? Likewise, there are other ways in which money has come in seeking risk. So somebody mentioned, I think Mr. Kotak mentioned, alternate investment funds. About 3 lakh crores has come in over the last 5 years. The prior block of 5 years saw about 1 lakh crores coming in, right? Another big area of money coming in not strictly comparable to mutual funds is PMSs. And I'm here including EPFO and the advisory part. So it looks like a big number, but because of these components being there, 16 lakh crores has come in through that route compared to 8 lakh crores in the prior five-year block. Okay. So if you were to look at all of this, and by the way, investors, individual investors have also come directly into the markets. It's about 1.5 lakh crore, which has come in over the last 5 years compared to about 75, 80,000 crores the previous 5 years. All in all, if I add all these flows, and I'm not including insurance flows, etc., which frankly, I should be adding to give it a full picture, about 16, 17 lakh crores of inflows in the prior 5 years has been replaced by about 35 lakh crores in the next 5 years. So the last 5 years, we've pretty much doubled the amount of flows coming in from the investor side, seeking issuers, right? So that's a great story there. That's what financial inclusion is all about, sachetization, tokenization, the great mutual funds are here campaign, all of that have contributed towards that, which is great, financialization of savings and savers becoming investors. Where there seems to be a bit of a lacuna is on the issuer side. So we do have a good story in some pockets. For instance, the last 5 years, if I look at IPOs, FPOs, money coming in, capital being raised in the equity markets, it's about 11 lakh crores. The previous 5 years was about 7 lakh crores. So it's seen some increase. On bonds, however, it's not such a great story. Corporate bonds, and I'm ignoring CP, CDs, etc. for the time being. Corporate bonds has grown by about 15 lakh crores over the last 5 years, the stock of corporate bonds. That increased by 16 lakh crores the previous block of 5 years. So actually, we've seen a slowdown in absolute numbers in terms of the growth in outstanding corporate bonds. Put just these two together, and it's not a full story of the issuers. There are plenty of others. InvITs and REITs, which Pramod looks at, has seen about 1 lakh crore of issuance over the last 5 years. But ignoring all that, we have had about 23 lakh crores of issuers across equity and debt, grow to about 25 lakh crores of issuers across equity and debt. Now, you might think it's a debt problem. It's also an equity problem. I would argue that actually the issuance on the equity side has been a lot lower than the willingness to invest in equity, on which we are seeing a big fillip coming up right now. I thought it's interesting. By the way, eventually all markets and prices are a function of supply and demand. We can give a lot of stories about fundamentals and valuation, all of that, but eventually markets boil down to supply and demand. If you have so much of money coming in seeking risk and not enough of issuers taking out that supply, prices will go up. So, it boils down to that very simple equation. And for sustained capital formation, perhaps we need some more equilibrium to come through as far as this issuers matching with the supply coming through is concerned. There are good signs. I think there is a lot of talk about the restart of the investment cycle from the private sector side. The big lifting was done by the government over the last 5 years, so maybe the private sector now takes over. But I just thought it's an interesting statistic and a set of numbers to look at when it comes to sustained capital formation. Okay, I'm going to speak less going forward. What I'm going to do is, using the excellent panel that I have here, go sequentially from here. The first question to each of the members, putting your thinking hats on and looking 5 years, 10 years, rather than the immediate future. What do you think are the biggest 1 or 2 ideas on capital formation that you think the ecosystem should think about a little more? Okay. And this could be anything. It could be, how do you increase the number of investors? How do you get in more people to become investors from savers? It could be the deployment areas, anything, whatever comes to your mind, 1 or 2 big ideas. And what do you think would be the next steps to making sure these ideas, actually see fruition? Ashish, let's start with you.
No, thanks, Anant. One of the interesting observation when I was sitting in the morning session and now after your talk also is that we seem to look at only the input part of the capital formation, that what comes inside from the savers will somehow create capital. For me, I have a fundamental sort of different opinion, saying look at the output. Because capital formation is an outcome, not what you put in, right? So having seen this for last 32 years, India's market capitalization in 1994, when NSE started, was around $250 billion. around 4 lakh crore rupees. Today, it is around 3.9 crore or 4 crore rupees, just for the sake of ease. I would say it has gone up by 95 to 100 times. We have put in very little because all the statistics tell you that most of the money goes in fixed deposits and everyone likes fixed deposits and stuff. How come fixed deposits are remaining the same? And the ratio of banking system size to the market cap or market cap to banking system size was probably 4:1, 5:1. Today, market cap of India is now almost 170% of the banking system size. What has happened? Outcome is phenomenally different from income. Why? I was trying to search the answer and I figured the answer in the earlier talk is the compounding has caught up. That other assets have not given the compounding. Fixed deposits, no compounding. One of the reasons is because taxation is higher, but otherwise also, there was another answer also saying that the intermediation part, what Uday said about two models, I call it intermediation and disintermediation. Intermediation is the banking part. It takes away too much money to manage that money. Whereas disintermediation, it's pretty much now close to zero, right? In terms of when you transact, how much you pay compared to what you actually trade, right? Including all taxes, STT and all. So basically for me, one is compounding has reached, the cost is lower, and that's why the outcome of the markets is much, much higher. So if we say we need people to put in more in equities market, why not? But even when they were not putting anything or very little compared to gold and real estate and everything, today with literally $4.8 trillion of market capitalization, the total wealth represented by trust markets, that is the equities market, is now almost 40% of India's total wealth. We were putting very little. It's like a boy who was supposed to do nothing, and there were brilliant people who were talking and talking, and we were putting money there, and this small little guy who was not supposed to do anything suddenly performed so well. So why I'm telling you this is, we need to worry about outcomes in addition to inputs. I'm not saying don't worry about inputs, but somehow every discussion is coming from that side saying, and somewhere look at the outcomes, right? Especially the market people need to also be a little proud of what markets have achieved, right? And I used to be banker, but only for 1 or 2 years. They are much longer. So that's one part. The second part is the future is not going to be the same as the past. And the need for debt may not be that much for many, many activities. Earlier, the wealth used to be created using a lot of capital. That's why a lot of borrowing used to happen. Now, the modern world is what I call capitalism with less capital or very little capital. And tremendous amount of wealth can be created. So these two ideas I just wanted to park. There are many more things, but these two ideas are fundamentally changing the world and our way of thinking, and we should kind of focus on those two.
Thanks a lot, Ashish. I really appreciate. Amitabh, coming over to you. You probably have the best bird's eye view of the real economy as well. Look forward to it.
No, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity. Just building up from what Ashish said, there are 3 or 4 ideas, and I think we had the opportunity to discuss them briefly in a call. Obviously, one of the ideas which Ashish referred to was the financialization of savings, and I think I heard my friend Nilesh Bhai express it much better. So I'll leave it to you to bring it out with the passion the way you expressed it. So I'll just leave it there. But I think there are 2, 3 other things. One is that I think the government of India and both the central and the state have over a period of time spent a lot of money on creating assets. And these assets are, the somehow monetizing all these assets is a very important idea on capital formation going forward in the future. We have seen some of it happen on roads. We have seen some of it happen in railways. But I think ultimately, I very strongly believe that the government needs to come out with clear policy, taxation benefits. How do we monetize all these assets which are lying all over the place? And these are ports, railways, obviously what we're seeing on highways, there are dams, there are all kinds of stuff. And they invariably, most of them are generating pretty stable revenues also. You're seeing spotty, one-off stuff which is happening. My view is that the size of this what monetization can happen and what capital it can attract. And there's the second idea I want to talk about, can bring a huge amount of capital formation for the country. Frankly, when I go and meet some of the state governments, the answer I get is we don't even know what assets we have. We discover our assets when a case is filed. Then we go and dig our records, and by the way, we discover, oh, by the way, through some route, this asset, we have a say on this asset. Uh, so I think there is a long way to go. And by the way, it is not just about monetization. It has to be backed with proper policies. How will the monetization happen? Will a central authority do it? What are the tax policies? What will happen if tomorrow there is a dispute? The rules will not change, et cetera, because you will be selling these assets for a long, long period. And immediately following this idea would be that I think while we are trying very hard to attract sovereign wealth funds, and there is a huge amount of money with now sovereign wealth funds, do we need to create a sovereign wealth corridor or some way or mechanism whereby these funds are comfortable investing in some of these assets and creating platforms which can give them a steady return? Again, the point is that we do it one-off. We don't have clearly defined policies. We don't have a central set of people who are going and pushing this agenda in a particular way. And I think, again, there is a huge opportunity which is available to kind of connect the two. We have huge assets which can be monetized, and there are a huge number of funds. And I'm using sovereign wealth funds as only one example. There are a huge amount of credit funds which are available now globally. There are real estate funds which have raised a lot of money. Recently, Blackstone raised, close to $25 billion, one of the highest amounts of money they have raised. So a lot of capital available, but they want a platform to be able to invest in. Last, and I'll just stop here. I think India is late to the party as far as manufacturing is concerned. Government is obviously trying to do a lot in that area, but we're still quite far behind. I know we are going after some specific sectors, but the size of the companies we have in India, the scale we are thinking about, how we are going about attracting some of the potential companies who can come to India, I think the scale of what we are thinking has to change dramatically. I think India has demonstrated that when they start thinking big, they can really deliver. I think on the manufacturing side, our thought process has to, double or quadruple in terms of what we're thinking. Let me just stop here.
Thanks a lot, Amitabh. Good points. And by the way, on this point about asset monetization was the theme of Chairperson Madhvi Puri Bush's chat earlier today, where she talked specifically about InvITs, REITs, and munis as the neglected asset classes which have a lot of potential. So we'll talk a little more about that. Sunil, you see this world from a very, very vast vantage point. So again, the floor is yours on your ideas.
Yeah. First of all, thank you to NISM and SEBI and Mr. Anant Narayan to inviting me. And more importantly, this is interesting to see that a regulator is talking about the path-breaking ideas for the future for the next 5 to 10 years, and they're willing to listen to the practitioner's point of view, which is really very heartening to note. So thank you for that. You said a couple of ideas. If I can borrow some time, and I want to talk about 3 of them, actually. I would say digitization, corporatization, and rationalization. Let me put this in the context. When we talk about digitization, there are number of assets. And since you talked about the supply side, because demand is already been talked about and taken care of, on the supply side, there are number of assets which can still come in the capital market, which can add to the capital formation. You talked, SEBI chairperson talked about REITs, and Mr. Rao is sitting here. He leads the REITs and InvITs department at SEBI. 2014, we came out with a guideline. And at that time, we were struggling who was going to do the first REITs. And today, the market cap of the REITs is more than 1 lakh crore in such a short time. And this is a product which can actually go on and pick up in a big way. Gold could be the other item. Some work has happened on the gold. There's a lot to be done. Again, Uday Bhai talked about, can gold be a productive? It can be made productive if it comes in the capital market. There are various studies, $1.4 trillion to $1.8 trillion of the gold is lying unproductive in a household, in our tijoris, which can come out. So the gold is another, the commodity. So a number of new classes of assets, including the bond and the municipal bond, which was talked about. I remember 1993, this was early part of my career. We were doing a bond transaction for a state government. And you're wondering whether the capital market will ever embrace state government 20 years bond. And actually it did in 1993. And before that in 91, 92, IDBI and CDB bonds were sold for 25 years. So the market always finds supply for anything which you come up with new and creative. So that's on the digitization. Corporatization, we should encourage in the next 5 to 10 years to create the transformation, more and more people to corporatize and come into the market. Couple of examples I'll give you. When Coal India listing was happening, I tell you, people were shivering whether the Coal India listing will ever happen. I used to do the meetings in a place called Raniganj in Bengal in the coal area, but it happened. LIC listing happened. Saudi Aramco got listed. It is almost like a kingdom. You look at Singapore, most of the Singapore enterprises through Temasek and all are listed. You lived in Singapore, you know that. So can we corporatize every part and then bring it in the capital formation and the supply? And the third and the final point is a little bit of rationalization. Let me put this again in the context. What I have in mind is a kind of green corridor. We come from the airport and we see there's a green channel and there is a red channel, right? Green channel does not mean that you cannot be caught. It means that there is a random checking. Income tax department implemented that, custom has implemented that. SEBI also has implemented in some way, rights issue or the follow-on, which Sudhir talked about and all. And the experience so far is not that bad. I mean, I totally understand in a class of 100, 10 kids may not do as well as the 90 will do, but we need to do a special additional tuition for those 10 kids. But that does not mean we, do not allow freedom to the 90. So is there any way we can create a green corridor which increases the efficiency and the mobility of the capital, because the speed matters in the capital market? So these are the 3 suggestions. Thank you.
Excellent, Sunil. Thank you so much for that. And by the way, on regulators listening, etc., what we realized is it's far easier to listen than to actually talk. So we thought we'll do the reverse. Nilesh Bhai, we're all yours.
Thank you, SEBI and NISM, for inviting me over here. If you look at India's savings rate at about 30% of GDP, it will be close to $1.2 trillion next year. That's almost equivalent to American household savings. So crores of Indians put together is saving as much as Bill Gates and Warren Buffett of the world are saving. So adequacy of saving is not an issue. But how do we convert that into long-term capital formation? The real need is for knowledge and wisdom. India's most educated state is Kerala. Till last year, their cumulative AUM in equity mutual fund was about 15,000 crore. And Kerala spends annually in lottery more than that. In lottery, if consumer starts making money, manufacturer will shut the shop. And yet, Kerala spends annually on lottery more than what they saved in equity mutual fund over decades till last year. Now markets have run up, so numbers has gone up a little bit. And many of you will feel, कि हाँ ये तो Kerala का problem है. Let me point fingers at all of us. In last years, financial flow of the household, as per RBI study shows, 9 lakh crore has been invested in currency notes, and only 4 lakh crore came into mutual funds. Currency note is a depreciating asset because of inflation. Mutual funds, yes, there will be some funds where your experience could be negative, but on an average, it has delivered better return than inflation. How do I convince all of us that you should not be holding ice in a hot summer afternoon and come into an AC cabin. Collectively as Indians, we have spent $373 billion in import of gold on official channel. We import on a net basis about 500, 600 tons of gold every year. This does not take into account gold smuggling. Assuming that gold smugglers are not charitable organization, they do smuggling for profit, then the run rate of smuggling based on last 3 years gold seized at airport will be about $7 billion a year. If you go to airport, and especially if you see flights coming from Middle East and Singapore, you see passengers who are clowns or clones of Bappi Lahiri wearing so much of gold jewelry. Collectively, as Indians, would we have spent $500 billion in import of gold through official and unofficial channel? And where is that savings going? It's going into Tichori. It's going into bank lockers. Our problem is, how do I go and convince Indians that please don't trade in cryptos? 18 crore Indians have traded in cryptos and majority of them would have lost money. How do I convince young people, please don't invest in NFTs? You don't know how to value it. How do I go and tell people that trading for an ordinary individual is injurious to his or her financial health? There is Ponzi scheme going on in India. A Punjab Agrotech Corporation Limited decades back raised probably 60,000 crore. So first, we need to educate investors so that they are knowledgeable, they have wisdom, that their savings needs to be invested appropriately. The second thing is about governance or guardrail. Not only regulatory guardrail, but also governance guardrail at the organization level. Unit Trust of India was India's probably first mutual fund in a hybrid format. For decades, they delivered great return to investors and converted savers to investors. But one error of giving net asset value, giving redemption price more than net asset value, put entire mutual fund industry behind. One Morgan Stanley mutual fund taking investors for a ride put mutual fund industry behind by decade. We need regulatory guardrails and governance guardrail at organization level so that savers' money is respected. We are in the business of managing trust, not in the business of managing money. If I can get all of your trust, I will also get your currency notes. I will also get your gold, and I will also get you for long term. The third and final thing, Anantbhai, is about products. Today, SEBI has introduced so many products, innovation in mutual fund, but it's a continuous journey. For example, today, so much money is lying in savings account, current account, and currency notes. Now, can I create a product which will convert part of this, not all of this, but part of this through check-in account, through digitized payment mechanism, whereby savers get more money and we can bring them into quote unquote safe zone into the mutual funds. Once they take those baby steps, I can push them into higher products. Sunil talked about gold monetization. How do we launch products which can monetize gold lying in the Tijori? One product which we had thought about and it didn't get approvals. Using gold options, we were assuring investors that you'll have only upside participation, no downside participation. Now it's a seasonal product. because sometimes option prices are cheap, sometimes not. Now, can we experiment on such kind of product and slowly and steadily create a differentiated risk return profile whereby different investors gets appropriate risk adjusted return? They develop trust into the financial market, and slowly and steadily we move this great ship moving into cash, into gold, into truly financialization of savings.
Excellent, Nilesh. Thank you so much. All of you actually. Yeah, they do deserve a round of applause. I think all the four panelists. Lots of threads to pick up questions on. Let me start with something which I think all of you touched upon in some ways. Ashish Bhai and Amitabh, you spoke about financialization of savings and outcomes as an important part. Sunil, you spoke about digitalization and things like InvITs, REITs, etc. And Nilesh Bhai, you spoke so eloquently about the need for education, the lottery statistics and all of those things. This is, after all, an NISM conference as well. And NISM is about education. And it's now, as Mr. Bhatia mentioned in the morning, it's about capacity formation, basically trying to create capacity and knowledge and information across the ecosystem. What do you think we are missing in terms of investor education and investor awareness? And what would be, and this is for all of you, anybody can jump in. What do you think we can do more? And more concretely, what can we do
So
rather than just
Anand,
growing about it?
Anand bhai, with your permission, can I give the answer in a lighter vein?
Please.
So if I have to give just one sentence for this entire problem, and it's a multifaceted problem, but I'm just trying to lighten things. There is a Hindi song which says that जोड़ी हमारी जमेगा कैसे जानी, तुम हो अंग्रेजी, हम है हिंदुस्तानी. Anand bhai, we are communicating in English. And the problem is that my audience has multiple languages. We have not been able to communicate to the level which people can understand. We are using jargons. We are not using language which they want to hear. And this is multifaceted problem, but we are not able to connect with our consumers as much as we should. Mutual fund Sahi Hai has been a good campaign. You are seeing that in 50 lakh SIP and 20,000 crore flows. But we need to probably make 5 crore SIPs and 2 lakh crore flows. So how do I connect with people? And then there are multiple other factors.
Thanks, Nilesh.
Sorry, just to build on what Nilesh said. I think when you're trying to educate people of something new, which they've not done in the past, all of us have to understand and appreciate that it's a long haul. One communication does not work. You have to keep communicating regularly. And all of us, I think, their own ways are trying. I mean, including the regulators, all of us are making an attempt to educate. And I think the result is reflected in numbers, not to the extent you would like, but I'm quite confident that there is always a tipping point which is reached, and then, I mean, tipping point was reached on crypto, tipping point was reached on options and so on and so forth. So when people want to get it, they get it very quickly. Sometimes they get it the wrong way, but they do. Secondly, if you sit back and look at all the advertising which seems to be happening, and I have a very just small suggestion to make, regulators have a lot of money, but the regulators' messages seem to be more on educating customers on what can go wrong. And so be careful. I'm not saying regulators are out there promoting products, but I think along with the industry, so you have one side regulators who are saying all the time, beware, be aware, beware. And obviously the industry is trying to promote, whatever products are involved in. I think there is a bit of a dissonance which happens as a result. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying, so a consumer who's new is hearing someone they trust more saying, be aware and beware. And someone they believe is just trying to sell them something and make money off you is saying, no, it's a great thing. So that dissonance takes time to go away. And it will not happen overnight. Now, we can always say, oh, we need to come together and talk about like what mutual fund, the association did a great job. I think other associations have tried, maybe not that successfully. It is a long haul, my view. But please understand, for anything new, there is a dissonance also which is getting created. Rightly so, in many cases. But it is a dissonance nonetheless, and we should be aware of that.
Thanks.
So in some ways, we are guilty of that. I mean, none of our advertisements are about market sahi hai, right? Or because our direct investment sahi hai. And still, I mean, mutual fund is a part of our market, right? It's not a superset. We are like the superset. And why we do this is basically you can make people aware, you can educate, which we do. We have literally all sorts of lots and lots of training seminars. Even we insert stories in class 8, class 9, class 5 kind of chapters in their curriculum to ensure that people become responsible. Because one of the issues which we are not discussing, we think awareness and education will make people responsible investors. You basically need to make them aware of the pitfalls and overcome their greed. Whatever amount of education, will it overcome your greed? No, right? That is where basically you need to have the guardrails, what we call in corporates, is basically the greed. And that's where basically for me, as frontline regulators, because we are, although market players want to project us as regulators and regulators want to project us as market players, we are regulators, irrespective of whatever people tell me. And we would continue to create that dissonance to ensure that people don't run away. Many times people tell me that like Jan Dhan Yojana, you should have also savings Yojana. And I said, no. Why? Is because equities is a risky instrument. It has to come from within. While as financialization, transaction processing is a basic necessity of the person. But equity, if person wants to come in, either through mutual fund, through any other thing, that person has to have that willingness. And if the government forces it, later on when markets go down, who will be blamed, right? And that is where actually mutual fund association has so many mutual funds. They can always give one more advertisement. I have only myself who can be taken out whenever market falls. They will require somebody to, because whenever market goes up, everyone thinks they're brilliance. When markets go down, everyone wants some head, right? To be blamed. So that will be me. That's why we continue to do that and we will continue to do that.
Sunil.
So let me represent the corporate, because corporate has not been talked about, and it's a great chance for having a regulator and the semi-regulator here, and a very frank discussion. See, one area where we can think of, since you ask for a constructive feedback, given the new thinking at SEBI now, just analyzing some data and see there is something which is missing. Why is it missing, and what one could do that? What, you know, the conversation we were having before the panel in the lounge talked about manufacturing and the manufacturing sector. If you analyze all IPOs, you hardly find the IPOs from the manufacturing sector. Generally, object of the issue is either it will be sell down secondary sale or it will be repayment of the loan. Why? Because there is a regulatory issue there. If you say you take debt from Amitabh and say I have repay to him, it's easy, okay? Because there is a certificate you need to repay, that's it. But if you say manufacturing, you have to give almost 3 to 4, 5 pages of the guideline, that much disclosure. So disclosure itself will be another prospectus. And you have to find every single detail, and subsequently you can't change. Now, manufacturing has its own challenges. You cannot give that much of detail, and it's very difficult. And therefore, people try and avoid that. And therefore, they are not able to come to the market and raise money for the purpose of the new capex and the manufacturing. So the point I was making is that's another way of communicating with the corporate to analyze what is happening and finding immediate solution so that that problem is taken care of.
No, thanks a lot. Again, all of you. Again, I think a round of applause for some very frank opinions being given. Let me try and quickly pick up on some of the things that were discussed. So Nilesh, I totally agree with you. While you said it in a light note, I think it's a very serious issue about how do you communicate and what do you communicate. We've got Prabhas Rath here, who looks at our research along with Mr. Pramod Rao here. One of the things that we are considering within SEBI is to actually do a survey across the country on the level of investor awareness. What are the mediums and channels through which they get their information? And therefore, what is the best way to reach out to them? Anant Nageshwar talked about the behavioral aspect of investments. This is something that we are consciously trying to do, to actually do this scientifically, to figure out where are the gaps and how can those gaps be addressed? What is the best medium of doing so? It'll take time. It's not going to happen overnight, but I think it's worth the exercise of rather than us assuming we know what the investor wants, going backwards. I love the conversation between Amitabh and Ashish on, so here is a trade secret. As a regulator, when you're trying to navigate through, two opposing viewpoints, somebody who says strongly heads and the other person says strongly tails, if we come out with something that has both of them equally upset, then you're probably doing something right. So that's the balance that I think we try to look for. It was great to hear Amitabh say that we are being too cautious. It was great to hear Ashish, who, by the way, there is no doubt you are a frontline regulator. There is no doubt, and let me make that very, very clear. You're an excellent first-line regulator. Give those two different viewpoints about risk and return, etc. And it's a debate which should continue. I think the debate and the conversation should continue. Sunil, your points on manufacturing, I think, were excellent and well taken as well. Let's go to another theme now, which again, some of the previous panels discussed and previous speakers talked about. I'm going to combine some 2-3 things here and open it up to all of you. One of the points which was made was CA Anant Nageshwar talked about F&O markets effectively being a sign of the fact that we become too short-term in our approach, that we are putting, we've essentially made it a glorified lottery in some ways, and a casino in some ways. So that was a point that he made. I'm using my words, not his words, but that was the gist of his message. We talked about crypto, and Chairperson spoke about it. Uday spoke about it. I think some of us also spoke about it. And again, it's a controversial topic about whether it's an opportunity, it's a threat. Where does it stand? And likewise, a couple of days back, the SEBI chairperson spoke about some parts of the market being possibly showing some signs of froth. So all these are, areas which are potentially controversial areas. Something to do with valuation, something to do with behavioral aspects, something to do with are these real or not real, etc., etc. I would love to hear your candid views on how you look at any one of this or all of this put together. Why don't I start with you, Ashish bhai, and I can count on you to be controversial. So go ahead.
No, in a way, for me, the difference between a crypto and an equity, they trade similarly, right? Although, and some of them call themselves exchange also. But in equity, there is a promise of profit, which you share, right? The dividend and things like that. In crypto, it's a promise to find the next pool, right? So that is basically the difference. Otherwise, they trade the same and they look the same, but there is no dividend ever promised nor can come, right? If somebody promises, then it should be treated as securities, and then where the promises, they don't require to issue prospectus, as I think Nilesh Bhai was saying, because there is no promise, right? So that's why when they are traded, it's traded SAE, right? Apne aap. And so that's where basically for me the crypto part, and it is a threat, there is no doubt about it, but they trade 24/7 and 7 days a week. So if you want to actually compete with them by fractionalizing, digitizing, then we need to be aware that we cannot be trading for 6 hours, right? And only on few days, right? So be aware. And if you want to compete on all counts and not on few counts, right? So that's another part. The third part on futures options being large, and somewhere I think it's also a competition, although perceived competition for mutual funds, perceived competition even for banks. So mutual funds analysts are saying it is 400:1, but across the world, the premium is always lower than the actual position being underwritten. In insurance, if you pay 1,000 rupees a year, you get a 1 lakh rupee premium policy, right? How it's not 100:1? and how it is not a speculation in life. Why I'm telling you this is, it is way to project. And in some ways, it's a that way. At the same time, no country can survive on pure speculation alone, right? So we need to also create guardrails, which we have tried to create. In terms of having minimum size of the contract, but the amount and financial action and sensitization has happened. I recall when NSE was created, and I used to be hugely interested in stock markets, even as a banker, when I used to go like Uday Bhai to BSE buildings in the evening, and sometimes both of us used to meet also those days. And so the biggest time of India's speculative history was Harshad Mehta time. BSE used to trade less than 10,000 trades per day. Automation post NSE has now created a situation where we are now doing literally 25 crore trades a day. 10,000 trades. It is not that, it's like washing machines. When washing machines came, people thought ladies will spend less time washing clothes. Guess what happened? They started washing more clothes. Right? So when automation happens, the behavior changes across the world in every area. Travel also increased because you brought in car, right? So that happened not because of derivatives, but derivatives came in 2000. But from 10,000 trades a day, and it used to take 30 days to just figure out the, not settlement, just to figure out whether we traded correctly or not. He had sold Reliance and I thought he had sold Tisco. And it used to take 30 days later on in the evenings to settle ki bas kya becha tha. From there, in 1 year's time, after NSE became live, November 394, Diwali day, in 1 year's time, NSE was doing 1 lakh trades a day. Pure automation, right? So sometimes we give causal relationships. To some extent, it is true. To some extent, we need to understand that there is sensitization, there is automation. On top of that, it allows speculation, right? Leverage. And leverage, in some ways, should be allowed to people who can afford, people who shouldn't, basically who are not educated enough for that particular product. It's like giving knife to a child. Knife is a useful activity, right? Because you use it every day, but you give it to a child and then everyone in the house starts running saying, "Arey, nikalo, nikalo," right? Why we are not doing it for risky instruments? So we need basically guardrails for different types of risk, different types of people, different types of, and that's why now derivatives we use in day-to-day life. Insurance we use, we life insurance, health insurance, these are all derivatives, by the way. If somebody tells you no, it is wrong. Okay, they are derivatives, they're called real derivatives. But having said that, you don't trade them every day, right? Abhi 1 lakh, abhi 2 lakh, that doesn't happen, right? So that's why when you trade more, you need to create that framework. And that's why for me, person's income tax returns are available. If you want to check that, please make some entry barriers there. Please make entry barriers in terms of increasing the lot size. There are many ways where if you don't want a child to have a knife, you can do that. Today, I'm seeing so many photographs coming out of China where every Chinese household by law has to actually tie with a chain the household knife. Are you aware of it? Because the government is worried about revolution using knives. Okay, so that is another way to risk manage, but some of you might want to search and otherwise I will tweet one of that. But basically, for me, if we have a worry about over speculation, we have of course increased STT. Today, STT, in first 9 months, NSE collected STT, GST and stamp duty put together around 29,000 crores, 27,000 crores in first 9 months of this current fiscal, right? So we have increased that. It has not yielded that kind of results. Now probably is the time to figure out what to do and not allow people who cannot afford that lotteryization. And by that logic, we should also stop lotteries and stuff like that, right? So at least say that only such and such person should do, or cricket thing, you know, cricket people play those games and all. So for me, at the same time, this is a capital formation market. Whatever they need to do in lottery or cricket games, let them do. This place is sacrosanct. Stock markets cannot allow people to commit suicide even if they want to, right? That is why we must ensure that small people who are not able to take those risks should not come into this market.
Thanks, Ashish bhai.
Well, I'll make a simple point that, when you look at individual investors out there, they're obviously moving from safe, maybe putting money in bank deposits, to looking for a much better return. Stock market is one of them. Then they move to speculation, and then at some stage becomes gambling. The worry is that a lot of people, when they move to speculation and gambling, are not going in thinking that they're gambling. They're thinking that they're smart. And because they've been hooked on or have been fooled by someone saying that, no, this is an easy way to make money, and the greed obviously kicks in. Uh, the point is that, by the way, in human history, uh, all avenues have been available for speculation and gambling, and new avenues will keep coming up. Could be crypto, could be, we talked about the Punjab issue, could be what's happening in the F&O market, as you talked about, or it could be happening in some of the apps which are available where you could do things. And, there are a lot of other apps where you could just go and bet and do whatever you want. So my view is that, as the regulatory system side, one is that obviously we need to control it much faster, because the fact that people are doing it and doing to the extent to which numbers are thrown, about 18 crore people doing crypto, the number of people who are involved in some of these apps, etc., is just humongous. That means people are looking for a return. Now we can say they're not educated enough on stock market, they're not putting enough money on deposits. Fault is ours, but somewhere they want a better return than maybe what is coming through it. That's one. Secondly, I think somewhere we are not doing a good enough job in communicating to them or with them on mediums where they collect this information. Now it is Facebook, it is YouTube, it is Instagram, I don't know. But I think as institutions, we are busy doing the typical stuff and the normal stuff. And I think we have to change ourselves and start communicating with them to reduce that gambling and speculation by actually communicating with them in that medium and making them realize that please do it, of course, if you want to, your money. But at the same time, there are these avenues available where you need to understand and appreciate and obviously back it with data. I don't think we do that. That's the only point I want to make. And I think we need to do much more of it. And you talked about a survey, great idea. I think hopefully it will show to you as to, where exactly the communication needs to happen, which language it needs to happen, and how we need to engage with that audience, which is just going crazy right now and just looking for ways and means of making more money and maybe enjoying it also while doing it, God knows.
Thanks, Amitabh. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Very briefly, I think you need to put on one more hat other than the regulator is a medical hat. I think we need to consult a psychologist as to how the human behavior actually reacts. I think my sense is, rather than saying crypto is good, bad, try to communicate, because obviously the motives are different. If we can give them an alternative, go back to look at what happened when the Nirma was at peak. I did the IPO for Nirma, so I remember HUL never said Nirma was bad. HUL came up with a product called Literal, said, look, Literal is better. So if we come up with an alternative, what people are looking at is the kind of return which crypto is offering, which is, there is an underlying which is right now not visible. Gold, we talked about gold so much in the morning also, we talked about, if you can bring gold into the main field and offer that as an alternative, I think people will pick up, and that will take them away from what we want them to be aware, rather than just through the communication.
So just to give you statistics before we go forward, yesterday I was looking, because of this session, I was looking at the number of investors who traded in options in month of February 24, which is last month, right? Around 45%, with totally 22 lakhs, that is total number of people trading in derivatives, around 45, 46 lakh people last month, that is in February. Out of that, 45% people, that is 22 lakhs, trade less than 1 lakh rupees premium. Okay. So if you want to take them out, please do, because they accounted for 0.1% of the total turnover, because many people might feel that our business will go down. Only they accounted for total trading volume of 0.1%. Okay. And although people take notionals, it's basically the premium that counts. And so that is almost equivalent to equities market, not as much as what is being said. But by chance you want to remove, please do that. And people below 10 lakh rupees turnover in a month are additional 32%. So almost 77% almost 37 lakhs you can take out by saying, by having some other things, and it won't even make difference to the total turnover. Of course, people may think otherwise, but why I'm telling you this is that somewhere that perception that has been created, including just to point out to him, Axis MFs, somebody who researches the equities market. For me, when you make that height, saying that small investors are getting into this, like the entire moral of the story today is about that, right? But if they're taking only 0.1% and 1 lakh transaction premium is basically they keep on buying, selling. So, and their average holding period is around 25 minutes, right? They are not keeping actually the risk for very long, nor they take risk for the entire week. They seem to be taking risk for the last half an hour only. And last half an hour, all the options die to zero, right? So it's a literally a 10 paisa, 20 paisa premium thing, which is being shown as 22,000 rupees or something. And that is where all this are coming from. But if there is a perception and if there is also reality, because sometimes perceptions are better than reality. So if you want to do something, please do that. Because it happened in earlier in 2013-14, it happened in equities market where capital gain tax were zero. And it was coming as if the exchanges are allowing all the bad things of capital gains tax evasion. And literally, I campaigned personally, individually, and single-handedly. There is entire market, including policymakers, were not in favor. I was the only one for 6 years. I just continued that pressure that if you want to remove the bad thing, why are you giving tax benefits to zero? Start charging tax. And that's how the tax came. Why I'm telling you this is, if something is bad, pick the bubble now. Don't wait.
Sure, we'll do that. And we'll also have a separate session between Namita when you go in a separate room. I think that's required. Dilesh bhai, the last word for you on this question.
So one, on cryptos, not many people are aware that people lose their entire value in crypto. There's a gentleman called Stephen Thomas who lost probably $500 million in cryptos because he can't remember the password of his key. About 30% of Bitcoins and other cryptos are today not accessible to their investor. At least stock market में आशीष भाई वैसा नहीं करते हैं हम. On the FNO, actually, mutual fund industry is thankful to FNO industry. People lose money there and they become investor in mutual fund. On the frothiness in small cap and mid cap and micro cap and mini cap, I'll just point one example. There is a public sector bank, which is a very good bank, but trades at double the valuation of most private sector bank. There's not much to differentiate in terms of fundamental between them, except that in that bank, 96.4% is owned by the government of India, and President of India doesn't trade in market. Of the 3.6% left, something is owned by a giant insurance company which doesn't sell that stock normally. Effectively, floating stock is so limited that some people who are holding it, and if they don't participate in market, little bit of buying can pull the prices higher. And that momentum then brings more money. And then there is a sympathy wave for other PSU bank, which also starts running, saying that, oh, if that bank can trade at this valuation, this bank also is a very, very cheap. And this is how we create a sentiment and momentum and flow, which is creating some amount of froth. It is not only bad for investors, it is bad for that bank itself. Banks will always require capital. Will they be able to raise capital at 4x price to book? I doubt. They won't find sufficient capital at that valuation. It will hurt their own growth plan. So we need to, as Ashish Bhai mentioned, prick the bubble early rather than late, so that this market maintains its trust.
So if I can put all four of you on the spot with a yes or no answer on two questions, and we'll go the reverse way. Should SEBI do more in terms of putting guardrails around the mid cap, small cap, micro cap market moves? Yes or no?
Undoubtedly, yes.
Sunil?
My sense, I think SEBI should increase the supply, encourage more supply, and automatically, because of the supply, the point which Nilesh mentioned, that in terms of the float, if we increase the float so that the price will correct itself.
So I take it as a qualified no, increase supply rather than doing
Yeah,
something on
be
the
more
demand side.
constructive rather than putting more restrictions.
Okay, fine. Amitabh?
So we should do it when it's unequivocal, yes. And that's, I think, one of the important elements of what any regulator should be looking at.
Yeah, for me, again, I would give you a framework rather than only specific for SME, that if derivatives are very risky, I know I'm coming to that. If derivatives are very risky, keep very high lot size and high net worth ability to handle the risk as high. Then if SMEs are more riskier than equities, then keep high lot size, not extremely high, but high lot size. So I'm giving you a framework. Similarly, equities, which are not that risky. And then bonds, some of them would be risky, some of them would not be. REITs. And so for me, you need to create a regulatory framework, which is basically that guardrail based, but not everyone can come and do everything. It is like you are allowing untrained driver to drive without license. So accident होने ही वाला है. So for me, and then you can blame the driver, you can blame the regulator, whatever, right? So for me, the answer is slightly more nuanced than yes, no.
So a nuanced yes?
But being a regulator all my life, if I don't do regulatory activity, I mean, I'm not, in a way, for me, free market in road will create traffic jams, okay, anarchy. So that's why I always want to be regulator, at least job is safe, although you may not make money.
So I take it as a nuanced yes or no from Ashish Bhai on both FNO as well as on mid cap, small cap, etc. On the FNO part, what would you suggest, Nilesh Bhai? Yes, no? Should should SEBI do something more?
So one, as Ashish Bhai mentioned, can we look at more informed participation? Today, mutual funds are one-way entry into options and restricted entry into other side. Today, a lot of heroes say zero kind of trading happens. Can we raise the bar so that informed participation happens in FNO?
Thanks, Nilesh Bhai.
I sat through a similar conversation when the Badla was to be changed, right? And at that time, there was the same fear that people will burn their finger, they would not understand this is FNO and all of that, and the market will crash, and nothing happened. The market has grown to a completely different level. I think it's a matter of communication rather than putting any restrictions.
So again, a nuanced no.
My view is that, two regulators are sitting here, that when you come out with any, cap or anything of that nature, it will be, obviously putting some kind of framework. It will not be just, slashing it. So that's understood when one says yes. So I agree. I think as you see more speculation emerge or gambling emerge, whatever you call it, whatever name you give it, obviously, I think as regulators, they need to see that the wrong individuals don't get burned or wrong individuals don't participate and take the market to a point where what not the original intention was. So that's why I would fully support. Yeah.
Thanks. Very useful. I know we're running out of time, but one last question, which I'm probably going to regret, but I'll ask you all anyway. What would be your ask from the regulator? And Ashish Bhai, for you, it is as a first line regulator, what is your ask from your regulator? So if you can just go quickly.
No, I mean, whatever they are doing is fine. So basically, continue to do good job.
I didn't ask him to say that.
Yeah.
Ashish is saying he's doing a great job. I completely agree. No, my only view is that, it is an evolving market and the regulator has to just keep reminding themselves, and I don't mean SEBI alone, I mean all regulators, that if they put too many rules, and I'm not saying the rules are wrong, the outside ecosystem should not become bigger than what is inside the ecosystem. And that balance has to be always sought for. I think there will be people who will always try to create things outside the ecosystem, but the rules also should not be so tight that just to enter the room it is so difficult that you start playing outside, violating the spirit of what was created and so on and so forth. So I think that balance is very, very important, and that's something should be thought about all the time. It's not some one framework. I think markets will evolve, speculators will
Can I
come.
push you a bit on that, Amitabh? If there was one or two areas where you thought the regulatory system was being too onerous or too restrictive, what would that be?
No, my view is that, for example, we allow, because I guess a lot of regulators involved, but my worry is slightly different, that we allow these people to exist outside the ecosystem for too long. And we sometimes take so much time to decide and get it right, and sometimes difficult to get it right, that by the time we get to them, that market is evolved into something much bigger on its own anyway. And then there are too many players who try to then prevent you from doing what the right thing. So I think sometimes faster, bigger cracking of the whip is more important than just waiting to get it right all the time. And I see that in not only here, I see that in some of the other regulatory regimes also. The gap between it is wrong, something wrong is happening, and how much time you took to get to them. I think that time gap is just too long, and that ecosystem becomes too large in the process.
I just second that. And that also gives you one more point of thought is earlier early 2000, we exported under the same context our markets to Singapore on derivatives. Nifty started trading more there, and it took us literally 22 years to bring back to GIFT City. We are currently in the process of shifting out our markets in the interest rates, bond indexes. They will start trading futures abroad, and then we will say whatever happens abroad is fine, but they are going to affect your operations here also, because interest rates on India is decided outside. And so that portion you will have to basically again sort of keep in mind.
Thanks. Sunil?
One point I just want to go back to your opening comment that we look at from 5 to 10 years perspective. If that's one area, I would say inter-regulatory area is something which you can focus on. There are a number of things where the multiple regulators are involved. Things have evolved. I think the regulators have matured. One regulator can take care of that. Okay, we are all sitting in the hub of the capital market. Lakshmi Chanchal hai. They keeps moving. We need speed. I give you one example. There are many examples like that. So for M&A, we need to first come to Ashish, then we come to you, then we go to NCLT. By then, the synergies are lost. 2 years have passed and the synergy is lost. So, and same thing can be done with one regulator because now the regulator has become much more mature. There are many such examples.
No, thanks a lot, Sunil. Really appreciate it.
So, Anant, one recommendation request is, can we encourage product innovation? For example, in India, we invented Coca company, where an unlisted company can merge into a Coca company and become listed. We bend it, but it becomes special purpose acquisition vehicle, SPAC, and suddenly that's a global concept. There are many things where our markets are ahead in terms of thought process and structuring and creation. Can we make it a global scale? For example, in crypto, why should I be a Bitcoin buyer? I should have my Bitcoin where global investors are buyers, and we have so much of retail volume. Will create volume. We just need innovation to bring crypto into India rather than exporting out of India.
Excellent. You're picking up the phone.
ये हमारे लोगों ने ट्राई किया था वो करने का, उस 2-3 लोग जेल में भी चले गए, तो कोशिश मत करना बॉस इंडिया में.
Ashish bhai, we need to build regulation. Today, how much money has been exported out of India on gold? How much money has been exported out of Bitcoin?
No, I'm just saying regulations are against that. So
no. So we are talking with regulator to create regulations which will allow me to attract global savings to India rather than exporter of savings.
On a lighter note, now you get a glimpse of what we as regulators go through. We'll diverse point. So, but this was very, very enriching. And once again, I think a round of applause to everybody. We started off with, big ideas for capital formation. I suspect thanks to a very poor moderation, we deviated from there into many other areas, but this was really enriching. And I knew I'm going to regret the question on what do you want from the regulator, but that's okay. I asked for it. So on behalf of SEBI, on behalf of NISM, I will not summarize. I think it's been very, very enriching. Lots of good ideas, including on financialization of savings, on asset monetization, manufacturing the trust, Sunil's point on digitization, corporatization, rationalization, Nilesh Bhai, inimitable in his usual statistics on, the need to focus on, on value creation and the behavioral aspect of investments. I think it was great. some of the controversial topics. It was great to hear all the diverse views coming through. One request to all of you and to all the audience. We try to listen to everybody as SEBI. We've got Amarjeet, my fellow WTM as well, Pramod, Prabhas, everybody here. Do feed in your views. And I can assure you that every view that you put in on a consultation paper or when you write to us, we go through it. We might not always act upon them, but we need this information. We need these inputs to be able to make a conscious data-based call, right? So please keep the feedback coming. And this is very, very enriching. So once again, Ashish, Amitabh, Sunil, and Nilesh Bhai, this was fantastic. Thank you so much for your insights and for sparing the time on a working day. Really appreciate it.
So may I request Mr. Anant Narayan to felicitate all the panelists? May I request Mr. Pramod Rao to felicitate our moderator, Mr. Narayan? We also have a small token from NSE. Ashish sir will felicitate all the panelists. We will now begin the next panel discussion. The next panel discussion is on the topic sustainable finance, innovation, and product development. It's through innovative solutions and strategic product development, sustainable finance will help bridge the gap between financial prosperity and environmental stewardship, fostering a more resilient and equitable global economy. To delve deeper into this topic, we have a high-profile panel with vast experience in this area. Our first panelist is Mr. Manish Chaurasia, COO, Corporate and Cleantech Finance, Tata Capital. He is a financial services professional with over 25 years of experience in origination, credit risk assessment, risk management, syndication, and business transformation in the Asia-Pacific region. Our next panelist is Mr. Ritesh Tiwari, Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer, HUL, and Unilever South Asia. Has a rich experience in leading diverse teams across the UK, India, and other Asian markets. Our third panelist is Mr. Sunil T.S. Nair, Chief General Manager, Department of Regulations, RBI. Mr. Nair is a career central banker with wide experience in policy and regulations and more than 3 decades of distinguished service in the Reserve Bank of India. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Aditi Haldar, Director, Global Reporting Initiative. Ms. Aditi is a sustainable development advocate for more than 27 years. Her primary role at GRI is to create and nurture a network of policymakers, investors, businesses, academia, civil societies, and enable sustainable development. This session will be moderated by Mr. Amarjeet Singh, whole-time member SEBI. With a career spanning nearly 3 decades with SEBI, Mr. Singh has extensive experience in the development and regulation of Indian securities market. May I request all panelists to be on the stage. Thank you so much. Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you still have some appetite for another round of discussion on sustainability. I will not hold you long. I know this is a pre-lunch session. So Sunil is joined. Okay. Yeah. So, let me give a little perspective before we get into a discussion with our eminent panelists. A couple of quick thoughts on the landscape relating to sustainability. And these are random thoughts just to set the context. One, see, this is sustainability and acceleration of AI. These are two mega trends today. And I would like to underline the word acceleration. But anyway, we are not discussing AI. We are more on sustainability issues today. That is one. Two is it is a mega trend, and thereby it is also a long-term trend. It's a multi-year movement. It is a multi-decade movement. And what we are seeing is, again, an acceleration of debate around various contentious issues on sustainability. If I can go back maybe to more near past, let's say past 5 years, and just give you the broader trends that have emerged in the last 5 years. It's a very interesting period since COVID. So during COVID times, we saw a renewed focus on sustainability issues, which is evidenced by number of new funds being launched for ESG investings, or the existing ESG funds getting more investments. Then we also saw a COP26, where, in 2021, where number of countries, including India, made their net zero pledges. But come 2022, we saw a bit of reversal, if I can say, due to the Ukraine war and all sorts of issues relating to energy security got more focus. And we also saw, if I can say, a bit of slowdown on ESG investing, and also some of the important financial groups either, withdrawing or reducing their support to Net Zero Alliance, which was formed earlier. So, but nonetheless, the fact is that it is an issue, and sustainability has a lot of implications for investors. And let me also mention that there are two major forces, to my mind, which drive the sustainability movement. One is the forces driven by investors, And I think they've been ahead of regulators. It is more of a investor push, which led to a lot of companies disclosing on sustainability without there being a regulatory requirement earlier on. But regulators have also jumped into it globally, and they are increasing their engagement on three sets of issues: disclosures, rating, and sustainable finance. And the reason is obvious, because we want investors to be, fully aware of what are the sustainability related risks and opportunities when they are investing in the corporate sector. So with this little background, let me, turn to my panelists. And what I have in mind is a little ambitious, subject to, all of us playing it well. I would like to do 3 rounds of questions, and I've tried to put them together in a particular theme. The first round would be general high level according to your expertise, and then we'll move on to the second and third round. And also we'll do a rapid fire round in the end, where just that would be optional. You may or may not answer those questions. And we'll also see if we can take some questions from the audience, but it all looks quite ambitious at this stage. Let's see how we progress. So let me begin with Sunil Nair, who could not join us in person. Sunil, hope you are keeping well. And the first question comes to you.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, my co-panelists.
So I wanted to begin at a little macro level, Sunil. That is why this question comes to you. So globally, the role of banks and financial institutions is perceived as critical in transition to net zero. So what is your take on the influence of the financial sector, particularly banks, in achieving real world outcomes? How do you see the whole journey towards greening the financial system as it is playing out in India, in terms of how far we have come and how do you see the road ahead? It's a broad macro question for you, Sunil. Over to you.
Good afternoon, sir, once again, and good afternoon to all my co-panel, and good afternoon to the audience. Thanks, SEBI-NISM for inviting me to this panel discussion. I'm not keeping well, so my voice may break in between, but I'll try my level best to kind of communicate. So coming, sir, to the specific question which you asked, I think, it's a fact that globally, I think the move is in that direction of greening the financial system. And India being a country where banks and FIs play a major role, inevitably they have a crucial role as far as greening a financial system is concerned. Now, but before we get into that, or before we talk into that aspect, I think there are basic certain pillars or climate information architecture, which you can call broadly, which IMF keeps on talking about, which is required. There is number one, it is a need for a taxonomy. Number two, you need to have data. And number three, you need to have disclosures. So this entire system, about when we talk about greening the financial system, I need to be very clear about what is green and what is brown, because then only I can push the banks and FIs to move in that direction. Otherwise, we are ending up into greenwashing kind of a scenario. So taxonomy is very, very crucial. And as you are already aware, in India, you don't have a taxonomy, but in the sovereign green bond framework, which government of India came out a couple of years back, they have listed out certain sectors which you can say crudely is akin to a taxonomy. And that we have used when we came out of the green deposit framework. So there is a taxonomy, but there is not a taxonomy. So that is a need of the hour. Second, any endeavor or any role which your bank or FI needs to undertake as far as greening is concerned, data is very important. Why data is important? There are two parts to it. One is for a bank or an FI to understand as to what kind of risk, supposing we have a taxonomy in place, and today at this point of time, the bank or FI wants to decide that what is the risk sitting on its balance sheet. It needs to know what is, it knows green and brown, it needs to have data so that it can get a sense of, again, two kind of risk, physical and transition risk, to measure the impact arising on those kind of risk on its balance sheet. It can have a sense of that. So that again is very, very important data. And third is disclosure. Disclosure is required because investors who want to invest or you want to pump in money in these kind of exposures, they would like to have clarity as to what is the entity's book looking like. So these three things are very, very important. Having said so, I think India, the journey has already begun. As you're already aware, renewable energy, a lot of funding is happening in by banks and FIs. Even EVs, you are seeing that thing is progressing well, but still lot more needs to be done. One is government support, second is the market potential, and third is the regulatory nudge. I think these three things, if put together, it will nudge or it will help the banks or to become bigger players in financing the greener kind of ecosystem. And as regards the progress so far, I would say the journey has begun and we have still a lot distance to cover. And lastly, I think it's high time we have a transition pathway or a sectoral pathway for each of the sectors. If we have identified that these are the sectors which we are going to target, if we have that banks and FIs or the rules and regulations or the regulations by the RBI, SEBI or anybody, they can frame the rules or regulations around it. I'll stop there.
Just a quick follow-up, Sunil, that was helpful. Can you tell us very briefly how are the banks playing this role as of date, just for the benefit of audience?
Banks, I think, see,
more specifically, what are they doing exactly? Yeah.
Banks are specifically, I think, in renewable energy, banks are doing, and EV financing is happening. These two things are happening, not in a very big way, but definitely it's happening. Now, but the people always keep on coming back saying that there is a regulatory nudge required, there's some kind of a PSL requirement or some kind of capital benefit, because see, any lending or investment has an bearing on the capital. So the market thinks that if you want to push a particular sector, if you want to kind of, to give an example, like when government came out with a FAME subsidy, it was to kind of give the nudge there. So they are market players expect that similar kind of leeway could be given or some kind of concession could be given whereby the money would flow more to that sector.
Okay. So let me turn to Manish, who's the CEO of Tata Capital Limited. So I believe your company has recently done a sustainability links bond issuance, and which according to reports is the first such instrument by a private financial institutions. A number of other innovative financial products and instruments are also emerging globally, as we know, in various shapes and forms, like social bonds, sustainability improvement loans, etc. So there's a great variety out there, at least on paper. So which of these instruments do you think are most relevant in our context, in the Indian context, towards achieving our sustainable finance goals, and how can these be structured to make them attractive to investors?
Very good afternoon to the esteemed audience, and thanks SEBI-NISM for inviting me. So we did come out with a sustainability-linked bond last year. We were the issuers, and investor was IFC. $50 million. And the key feature of this bond was that we had a baseline, reduction in carbon emissions because we are a clean tech company. The business itself is on clean tech, which leads to abatement of carbon emissions. So there was a baseline of that. And then we had agreed that every year we'll increase that abatement. And if we are able to achieve it, then we get a better pricing. So we get some reduction in the interest we have to pay. So that is what is the sustainability linked bond. In my view, instrument like this, which incentivize the issuers to reduce their cost of funds by achieving certain targets, is an excellent instrument. Earlier, we have seen instruments like green bonds, blue bonds, but then quite a few times, because of the lack of proper taxonomy, sometimes these are just terms, and they are used very loosely. So to the extent that here the interest rate itself is tied up with achieving certain targets, and that itself is monitored by a third-party institute, I think this is a great product. Now coming to what are the kind of instruments which can really incentivize investments into sustainability. This is a great instrument. But before we go into the instrument, I think important thing to remember is that whatever is done needs to be highly transparent, and there needs to be very good disclosures. So then again, we come back to taxonomy. Today, what happens is that these terms, as I told, are used loosely. So if you talk about green, then it can be mitigation, it can be adaptation product, it can be a circular economy product. But sometimes the product does help in one aspect of the clean tech, but can harm the other aspect of the clean tech. For example, if there is a solar power project, it'll lead to abatement of carbon emissions. But if the groundwater is used to clean the panels, then it can lead to harm as well. So I think there is a need for a proper taxonomy, which clearly specifies what is green, and also it specifies, how it is done. Just because project is green, but suppose the land is not acquired properly, or if it is harming the environment in some other way, then it cannot be green. So there has to be baseline in terms of governance and social. So I think that is fundamental if we want this sector to really scale up. So that is point number one. Point number two is that any financial instrument needs to have a proper risk-adjusted return for the issuer, for the investor to be happy with it. So when we are talking about risk-adjusted return, first thing we need to do is see how to reduce the risk. Now, here again, everything is not alike. There are segments in clean tech sector, in sustainability sector, which are mainstream. They don't need any reduction in risk because market understands those risks. At the same time, there are sectors, I would say such sectors like say green hydrogen or say electric buses, where the risk is there. So first of all, we need models where this risk is reduced by proper project execution models. And then we need some kind of a first loss guarantor as against partial loss guarantor. So if we have some multilateral who can reduce the risk by giving, say, first loss guarantee of 10%, 5%, whatever the market wants, I think it can lead to a risk reduction, which will mean that there will be more issuances. And of course, risk reduction does not happen in isolation. For the issuer, it is also important that he gets lowest cost of funds. And naturally, here we are talking about a business case. For instruments which are not mainstreamed in the clean tech sector, I think there's a need for some kind of a tax benefit, which has a sunset. It cannot be there forever. So this is in terms of risk-adjusted return. And third, I guess, these instruments will be successful only if there's a clear measurable targets. So they have to be structured in a way that investor knows what he's going to achieve by this. So I guess as far as these three things are satisfied in any instrument, it can be a great instrument. We can give it any name. Name is just a nomenclature. Yeah. That's what I would like to say.
Sorry, I take it back from you. I think that's very insightful, and maybe I'll come back to you later in the discussion with some follow-ups on that. We are also, we have a green bond framework, but for some reasons it's not taken off the way we would like it to. But anyway, we'll discuss that later. Aditi, if I can turn to you now. So with over 25 years of your experience in the field, you've seen it all, right? You've seen the transition from mandatory regimes to voluntary regimes. So, the specific question I had was, what is your take on sustainability getting mainstreamed in our country? Is there evidence to suggest that sustainability disclosures can actually change company behavior and affect societal outcomes? And also, I'm tempted to ask you, you've seen it before ISSB framework, there were numerous disclosure templates, there still are actually, and each with good intentions. So how do you see the difference between what a framework seeks to achieve and what exactly it delivers on the ground? So is there a gap? So I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but over to you. Can somebody help us with the mics, I think?
Hello?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to SEBI and NISM for this great conference. I was not aware that this is the fifth one, actually. So it's very nice to actually be here. But coming back to your question, and so the first thing I would like to say that, yes, 25 years, not a small time. I think it's a remarkable journey. And we have moved from, we meaning India and the region I see, and the subcontinent, I see we've moved from voluntary to becoming more towards regulatory. We started with all kinds of, community initiatives and CSR, and still we have the law for giving that 2%. But then the question is 98% remains, right? And how do you generate the 98%? So when the 2%, tax in the form of kind of giving back to the society came from GRI, the question was, how does this 98% get generated? So that's the main thing for sustainability disclosure to our mind. I see in India this voluntary, initiatives moving on to becoming more compliance-based regulatory. It provides a very good understanding and a great indicator that it is becoming urgent. It is not that, few elite companies would do something. Some would choose to do, some would choose not to do. So that is where I come from. And the other thing I wanted to mention here is that when the regulatory and the compliance mechanism sets in, there is also a tendency, we need to all be aware, that box ticking is also becoming very rampant. So we have to understand, how do we manage and balance and maybe make sure that the box ticking leads to a path and a journey whereby real sustainability actions take place, and therefore the impact on the market and the society is evident. You wanted to also know whether there are really some, results which has happened. Yes, is the answer. And I think there are many. For example, cost savings, even in small and medium enterprises. The first low-hanging fruit of sustainability initiative is their resource efficiency, which happens. Energy conservation or waste reduction. So they are all great examples of how sustainability can help. There are also about, market differentiation, which happens maybe in terms of loan or maybe attracting customers and international investors, so on and so forth. There is a great example, and not one single, but many. It's in terms of risk mitigation. It could be supply chain management risk. It could be operational risk. It could be efficiency risk. So all sorts of risks which were not being measured and being connected to where the resources come from and how resources can be innovated to replace with something which is treated to be a waste. I think these are great examples of how sustainability has been integrated. The second question here, which you mentioned about, different reporting frameworks coming, I think that's also an indicator that it's becoming even more urgent. Some organizations and institutions, they are coming together to see that there are gaps in the existing reporting, requirements. For example, the GRI standard is all about looking at where the impact is from businesses to planet and people. But now with ISSB kind of organizations, they are saying that we also need to understand how the planet and the change in the weather conditions also impact the enterprise. And therefore, enterprise value creation and financial materiality, which was not being realized in a GRI sustainability report, is becoming more evident now, right? However, there are differences and there is gap because many reporting frameworks, they have different scope, they have different parameters which they are including, and there are differences of quality versus quantity. Companies want to, cater to many reporting frameworks. Companies want to report on maybe one reporting framework, but many topics, and they don't know where they are. So it's a lot of scattered efforts and initiatives. There is also lack of standardization. And I think there is also the accuracy and reliability of data, which is a big problem because, it's very easy to say when a question in a reporting framework, for example, do you have any incidents of child labor in your supply chain? And do you have any policies and review mechanism or any training or any management processes? I think there's one answer which comes is, we don't have any child labor in the organization. That's not the data which is required. So I'm just giving an example which is happening. So accuracy and reliability of data for the market to really use ESG information is very, very important. Otherwise, the risk mitigation and the opportunities, they will not be, taken into consideration. Other thing is sustainability report and the reporting process has a big gap. Reports are made to show maybe a mandatory requirement fulfillment, maybe to show that, okay, we have a document, but out of those processes of reporting leading to information which will be plugged into the strategic decision of the company, I think there's a huge gap, sir. And I hope that we will be able to plug in and take sustainability and sustainability reporting to actually looking at data and information which will bring in a strategic thinking change in the market.
So that I'm tempted to ask you a quick follow-up. So what is your take on greenwashing? And I just want a very brief answer. Is it real, adequate? Big, small, significant, insignificant? What is your take?
I think it's big. And greenwashing, sometimes I would say, I would like to give the benefit of doubt. Sometimes organizations are not even aware that they are doing a greenwashing. Sometimes they are aware, but they are not very well equipped to manage the situation. Sometimes it's lack of courage. And here the reporting process, I would say that sustainability reporting is not just about disclosing about achievements. It's also disclosing about where the challenges are. Maybe that greenwashing at the moment in this year is a challenge. And I have the courage to disclose and say that we would like scientists and experts to come in together, discuss with the regulators on how that challenge can shift into opportunity. So I would like to not say that, it is that companies are always evil and they are aware and they are not doing anything. I would like to say that I think a lot of capacity building and courage is also required.
You said it is big. I think we need another panel discussion. So we
Yes.
save it for that. So
Yes.
let me now move to Ritesh and let me try and get a peep into the corporate boardrooms, what is happening there in terms of, their strategies around sustainability. As I mentioned earlier, Ritesh, in my opening remarks, we've seen some loss of luster around the ESG investing in the context of energy security issues in the wake of Russia-Ukraine war and so on. So how has it affected the discourse in the corporate boardrooms? And my more important question is, and I'm not saying just with respect to HLL, since you are from the corporate side, you could give us a general view also. Is ESG a sideshow or it's a main show now? That is in a nutshell what I wanted to ask you. And how is boardroom dynamics playing around it?
I think extremely important questions. I think corporations of today have no option but to deliver value with values. And one of the most integral value is sustainability, which is absolutely getting defined as a mega trend. And there's equal business rationale also to drive sustainability. In a multi-stakeholder model, our employees seek that today. We know when companies, we go out to hunt talent, and talent today put one of the criteria how sustainable the company is. So for us to attract talent, we require sustainability. Consumers now more look at the back of the pack. What I'm consuming? And they give their own priority as to what they want to consume, they don't want to consume. So there's a business value in consumer value which comes from it. And hence, this is a mega trend like digital, which is genuinely redefining business model across the value chain of the organization. And hence, for example, at Hindustan Unilever, we don't believe that you can operate at a sweet spot of sustainability and business value. It has to be the same spot at which you have to operate the two. In fact, internally, we define our growth. There are 4 dimensions to growth. We call it 4G growth. Growth that is consistent, so that we get valued appropriately for our business. Growth that is competitive, so we are doing a better job to our shareholders. The growth that is profitable. We, of course, are an organization, we want to drive right business model. But equally important, the 4th element of the growth that is responsible. And if all the 4 attributes are not there, in our mind, we will not be able to deliver value with values. And hence, now we just click down a little bit on this element. Everybody has to play a role in doing that. Board, it starts with board. In my mind today, from boardroom to classroom, ESG is everybody's business. And hence, in the board, there are, of course, formal committees on ESG. But in my mind, before it even comes into regulating, are you doing ESG? Do you have commitments? Are you following through? It goes back to what is the strategy of the business. And if at all ESG is not anchored on the strategy of the business, it is very difficult for it to take off. Let me quote HUL's example. We sell soaps, you need water to bathe. We sell laundry detergent powders, you need water to cleanse your clothes. So back in 2010, we started initiative of Hindustan Unilever Foundation, where we, along with government, along with like-minded partners, along with experts in the industry, are working to conserve water and create water potential in the country. In more than a decade now, we have 3 trillion liter water potential collectively and cumulatively we have generated. The 3 trillion liter water is equal to 2 years of water consumption need of entire India. So that's a scale at which we want to do, because we know that if water becomes scarce in times to come, our business of soaps and detergent is not going to survive. So ESG has started to become extremely integral to the business model. Then I take my role, Mr. Singh, as a CFO. I do believe I'm a chief value architect. Apart from, of course, core job, which I have, financial fiduciary responsibility I have, I'm a chief value architect. It is my job to ensure that I create a winning business case for sustainability in the organization. But there's always a question, can you afford it? Is it just a tick box exercise, ma'am, to your point? But if it is not seen integral and CFOs of today don't end up creating winning business case to justify why that business model is sustainable and long term will create far better value, we will not be able to get succeeded in that space. And then it comes to performance, because to your point, sir, there could be a short-term challenge of business profitability. There's always a long-term strategy, but this entire area of ESG will have to be managed multi-year, because we know the solutions are not easy. They will be not there if we have to reach as India net zero, if Hindustan Unilever has to reach by 2039 net zero in our operations plus extended value chain. We'll have to keep working through multi-year initiatives to ensure that pivot happens in terms of moving to net zero. So that's an extremely important point, that companies will have to have multi-year capability to performance manage these initiatives. And hence, last but not least, the point I want to conclude by saying that it is not a zero-sum game. We do compete for market share and share of wallet of consumers, but ESG is not an area that we want to compete with each other. This is an area where we want to ensure that we collaborate to compound the impact. Can we pool resources together to crack technology and crack innovation? And of course, put resources behind to ensure that we have solutions which are innovated in times to come, which will ensure that the whole industry gets benefited from. I don't think so single company and institution today can drive ESG on their own. It is not a zero-sum game. We will have to pool our resources together to make a meaningful impact to the society.
Thanks for that. So let me now move to round 2. Here I would, try and focus more on the transition finance and sustainable finance. So let me start with you, Manish.
Yep.
You already answered my question to some extent, but the specific question which I had in mind was with respect to SEBI's green bond framework, which we revisited recently. And we also introduced the concept of yellow bonds and blue bonds and transition bonds. So, but our concern is these instruments haven't really gained much traction. Just to give you a data point, there's a total issuance of 17 of INR 5,300 odd crores. So what would be your recommendation to increase uptake and engage investor interest in these instruments?
Sure. So I'll continue from where I left. So essentially, this sector today is dominated by renewables. If you see the investments which have happened over the last 7-8 years, we have seen an investment of around 75 billion. About 20% has come in the form of equity, and the balance in the form of debt. And this is mainly debt from either NBFCs or banks. Capital market has played a very limited role. The way I see it is that if you take the sector which is mainstreamed, which is mainly renewables today, and to some extent electric vehicles, the key challenge is not the availability of funds. The key challenge is the projects. Today, if we are talking about 500 gigawatts by 2030, which is the stated ambition of the country, we are today actually at about 150 if you take small hydro as well. So if you have to do 350, then you have to do 50 per year. but actually the track record is 15 per year. So what we need is a framework where projects can be executed much faster. It is really surprising that today we have a solar capacity of around, say, 75 gigawatts, and China does more than that every year. So I think the first important thing is that we need a execution framework where the acquisition of land is much easier, where the evacuation framework is readily available, and where there are no policy, dissonance. So once that happens, then we'll have more projects. And once more projects happen, I'm sure that, this market will develop. But as I said earlier, for this market to develop, we'll have to be very clear. Madam spoke about greenwashing, that the project should really be green. So first we need taxonomy. And there, a lot of good work has happened in Europe and in some other places. And I think we can borrow from there. And we can make a taxonomy which clearly defines what is green. I think that is fundamental to this. Apart from that, for those segments which are not mainstreamed, I spoke about the mainstream segment. There are segments which are not mainstreamed, like say green hydrogen or say electric bus segment. There, and here the business models are not tested. So here something like tax incentives, I think will work very well. And at the same time, some kind of a risk mitigation framework with the help of multilaterals. Apart from that, if you see the capital markets today, they are dominated by issuances which are rated, say, AA and above. So if you have some kind of first loss guarantees, then the rating can go up the chain. And at the same time, if you have some kind of obligation given to important capital market players, like say pension funds, insurance companies, to invest in green, I think that can also make a difference in terms of developing the secondary market. So once you have a secondary market, then the market automatically develops. But the key is definitely that we need supply of projects, which is where I think the gap is.
Supply of projects, of course, is one. And also, how do you create that green premium? That is also a challenge. And point is, if one has to raise loans at the same rate of interest, plus also take on additional compliance burden or requirement, whatever. So where is the incentive for doing it? So for that, you need multiple players in the market.
Yes.
You need more investors so that a premium is generated.
Absolutely. It's a very pertinent point. So one way of generating green premium can be just shared tax benefits. But I think the bigger thing where we need a macro level regulation is in pricing carbon. It can be through a emission trading system, or it can be through a share carbon tax, which is something which Government of India is working on. And I think that is where the premium can be created, where that each segment can only have a budget of so much of carbon. And if they generate more than that, then they have to pay for it. And they have to buy it from someone who is mitigating the generation of carbon. I think that will be a big macro level change, which will have a big impact.
Right. So Ritesh, let me turn to you again. So I believe HUL has committed to achieve net zero emissions for all its products from sourcing to point of sale by 2039. So I'm sure it requires a lot of transition planning and also challenges around transition finance. So can you share with us, unless it is confidential, how your company is dealing with these challenges on transition finance and transition planning?
Well, let me spend some time talking about it. So there are three different models we have funding ESG. First of all, the P&L has to fund for itself. So before even we ask for resources to come from outside, the financial growth model will have to create space for investment for sustainability. And many of them, they don't come at the cost of profitability. It is just a different way of doing business. Today, for example, solar and wind, it's very clear that the business case for solar and wind is positive. So if at all you are able to commit capital to it and set up infrastructure for solar farm or windmills, the energy generation from that is cost efficient. And if that is the case, how can we scale it up? So that is one job to be done. A lot of experimentation will have to happen in the space of ESG. And once we experiment and something does not work, how do we fail fast? But once we experiment something worse, how do we scale up fast in terms of investing? So hence the first model of investing is revenue getting generated within the profit and loss account of the organization itself. So internally, for example, at HUL, we have a carbon tax as a pricing mechanism. Any capital allocation decision that we do, first assessment happens, what's the amount of carbon footprint for the project? And then what's the carbon price we need to inculcate in the project so that there's a self-sufficiency of mitigation within the project initiative itself. So before when we go outside to get money, we have to do that. Now, of course, at the end of the day, once we make a product, I can't go and charge to consumer more money that this is a more sustainable product. You can't charge more for that because not every company might end up doing similar amount of work on ESG. And hence, the job is to find resources within the P&L to ensure that we're able to make space. Second is partnership. To give an example, in Mumbai city, we have 16 Suvidha centers. Many of them are done through HSBC, where we have pooled resources. And this Suvidha centers basically provide basic sanitation, hygiene, toilet, and bathing facilities for people who are underprivileged. We know that not everybody is able to have access to such basic health and hygiene in life. 4 lakh people benefit from that today. In doing it, we save 100 million liter of water because of this initiative, and it's fabulous. The only way that was possible because HSBC and HUL came together to pool resources. The point I was making earlier, collaborate to compound. So that's a second model of investment where you get like-minded, and we have just agreed with JSW Foundation, another partnership, to further extend and the partnership. BMC in Mumbai is helping us with resources to ensure that the Suvidha centers are getting created in the right parts of the city. So, and hence, partnership is the second model of investment. And third, as a large corporation, we will have to invest in the value chain. Of course, we are very keen that we keep working with large companies as our value chain partners, but equally MSMEs as our value chain partners. What shouldn't happen that in the entire driving ESG, we should not start choosing only big players to work with. Now, for smaller players to become more capable in ESG, we will have to ensure that we co-invest with them. So, for example, when we, as HUL, we agreed to sign a arrangement with Brookfield to set up solar farm, and the electricity generated from that, we will end up sharing with us and our manufacturing networks, our third-party suppliers who manufacture on our behalf our products. We'll be able to share the network with them as well, so that A, they get green energy, and B, also cost efficient. So that's a third model where businesses will have to lean in to our value chain partners to fund their ESG requirements, because we cannot achieve net zero if the value chain has not converted itself. So scope 3 and scope 2 cannot happen by just taking care of our own house. So those are 3 different models that we have deployed today to get the job done. And internally as an organization, we have taken a more accelerated target at 2039, as I mentioned earlier, to become net zero. And the only way that can happen is for us to call out our interim goals. So within that, for example, we have a goal by when in our own operation we'll end up becoming net zero before we get net zero in the end-to-end organization. And for each of those items, there are milestones we have given. Now, do we have all the answers today? Answer is no. Because many areas, technology have to keep evolving, and we have to invest to ensure that we find solutions in times to come. And hence, exactly to your point, Mr. Singh, investment and funding is super critical to ensure that this sees light of the day.
Let's now turn to Sunil. Sunil, you are aware about our commitment to SDGs and also the COP26 net zero commitments that we made. So as a regulator, what can be done to incentivize and scale up sustainable finance landscape in our country, particularly the transition finance piece? So what are the plans there and how are we dealing with it?
I'll share a bit insight on what is happening globally. Globally, I think Manish, mentioned about the transition finance. He did chip in. But if you look at globally, I think Japan and I think to my memory, HKMA are the 2 jurisdictions who have come out with some kind, and MAS to my knowledge, who have come out with some kind of a transition finance framework. Now, when we talk of transition finance framework, I think essentially what is required is a transition plan in place. And that is not for a single regulator, because a transition plan, as somebody already spoke about, has to be credible, transparent, verifiable, authentic. So if a bank, for instance, say wants to kind of get into a transition finance or wants to end up doing transition finance for a corporate, the corporate should have a transition plan that should be transparent, credible, and basis that the bank or the financial institution can help it out. Now here, my sense is it has to be a joint effort. All regulators and governments need to come together, create a platform, and where all the entities can put their transition plan in public domain, and which will be transparent, credible. So the system as a whole moves together. It is not individual regulators who are going to take a call. It's for a country as a whole. So if a country as a whole, it has to be done. First, you need to have a transition pathway. Each of the corporates should have a transition plan. And when all these things are put together and all these things are put in a transparent manner, which is credible also, then only a transition. And I don't think a regulator can come out with some kind of guidelines. That's for an individual bank or an FI to deal with the corporate. You can come out with broad principles like what other jurisdictions have done. They have laid down the broad aspects or broad principles which have to be in place when you are trying to do transition finance.
Your point is it is a multi-stakeholder engagement which is required rather than just regulator or the government doing its.
It will not take us anywhere. If RBI or SEBI alone is going to do it, take my word, it doesn't take us anywhere. It has to coordinate different, because somebody comes and say that I want transition finance. There would be banks which say, I would not fund you. Why should I fund you? Even though the intention for that person is to move from brown to green, nobody will touch it. So for there, you need a platform where all regulators and our government and everybody comes together and work in a single, because it's for a country as a whole. It's not for a regulator or an entity.
Right. Okay. So Aditi, I will turn to you again now, but this is not a question on sustainable finance or a sustainable finance product. It's a question again on disclosures. So how do you see the interplay, or if I can use the word tension, between GRI framework and the ISSB framework? Are you collaborating in some sense, or you are, if I may say, on a confrontational path? So just share your take on that.
Yeah, very nice question. I'm sure many of you would be interested to know about this because I think the GRI standard is here for now 27 years, pioneer of sustainability reporting framework. But we, as an organization, we have always collaborated with other reporting frameworks. We started like the CDP came, Carbon Disclosure Project, and they went into different topics also, and moved into many other, today we have many important reporting frameworks. So first of all, we always created from GRI, we always created some linkages to facilitate the process for businesses to see where are they, to look at depth study and look at a wider study to look at many topics versus a single topic which can go into more details. So that's the way that GRI has been working. ISSB is from the financial side. So definitely they are looking at sustainability from financial materiality angle. We, if I can answer your question about the word tension, I would say tension here is good from GRI side, because we definitely needed the financial materiality and the information about environment, social and governance topics to reach the investors. So that's very, very important. Plus, I think IFRS has been there as a body on the financial reporting side, right? So from their side, if some standard comes, it's good. Now, how are we working? It is a tension to bring both sides of sustainability in the same platform. So ISSB is looking at from the financial materiality side. GRI is looking from the impact reporting side. That means what are the business footprints on the planet and people? If that is not recognized or measured and targets not set for reducing those kind of footprints or improving the situation, I don't think financial materiality will be complete. So therefore, the complementarity and I think collaboration between ISSB and GRI is very much needed. And to your question, we have an MOU with ISSB. We have launched the Sustainability Innovation Lab in Singapore. It is going to come to also India and the southern, the subcontinent, where we are looking at how the financial materiality and the impact reporting side can be together. The good news is also that in 2023, a lot of changes happened, and the European Union, EFRAG, also brought out the ESRS, where they are looking at double materiality. So both of them. And GRI, for GRI, it's a great opportunity, because we bring in the bridge between IFRS, the ISSB standard, which focuses only on climate change at the moment, And then we can link the ESRS, which is talking about double materiality. So companies who do not understand double materiality, the foundation can be the GRI standard, looking at 31 topics of sustainability, looking at how businesses are placing their impact on people and planet, and going back to financial materiality with the ISS.
Sorry to butt in there, but is there any interoperability also? This innovation lab is looking at,
Yes.
that's what I was told.
Yeah. So it is actually standard agnostic initiative that GRI has created. We have already launched in the public domain the interoperability mapping tool between ESRS and GRI. And EFRAG has mentioned publicly that companies who have been always using GRI standard for reporting globally, they can use this as a ESRS compliant report through a mapping mechanism. With IFRS, we are actually on the path of bringing out this kind of interoperability, so that not interoperability, I think there has to be linkages more, because at the moment, the ISSB standard is focusing on climate change through their S1, S2, whereas GRI has a varied number of disclosures on environment, social, and governance topics. Yeah.
But I guess they'll also get there in due course of time. But thanks
Of
for sharing
course,
those
of course.
insights. So now I know this discussion on sustainability is very important, but lunch is equally important. I don't know what time we have, Pramod, till what time? 15 more minutes? All right. So what I'll do is I'll get into the round 3, but I'll request all of you to keep your answers brief and so that we can finish on time. So in this round, I wanted to focus more on the ecosystem around sustainability, disclosure related issues, which we've been talking anyways, and the ratings also. So maybe let me start with you, Manish. What is your take on the usefulness of ESG ratings? This is one area where regulators are also engaging now for investors or lenders in assessing ESG risks faced by corporates. And also, what are your thoughts on following a differential approach for benchmarking for ESG ratings across various markets? Because it will not be fair to have the same standards for common standards for all the markets. So,
absolutely. So ESG ratings can be a great tool for the investors. But for that to be true, the ratings have to be transparent, they have to be consistent, and there has to be a comparability. And all these 3 parameters, unfortunately, the things are not stacking up. Today, if you see the way ratings are being done, some raters are using the secondary market information, some are using information from the company, some are buying the information. Then they are giving different weightages to E, S, and G. And they have got a different way of rating the company. So you will find that maybe Tesla will be rated very well by maybe MSCI, but Sustainalytics might say it is very poor. Similarly, some of the other companies, some rating agency might say that this is the best ESG rating. Other might say it is the worst. So that is the variability. So because there is so much of variability in the ratings, it is quite confusing to the investors. But at the same time, we must admit that ESG ratings will have a lot of nuances, taking into account the local factors and the local challenges. So what is important is that we need to have some baseline globally on the rating, and then we need to take into account the local factors and the local challenges, and then finalize the rating. But the fact is that we are very far off. Yeah, that's what I would like to say.
Right. So Ritesh, coming to you, how do you think can technology and data analytics improve the quality and timeliness of sustainability reporting? And if possible, you could even give some examples from HUL.
Sure. So this is an area which I think we are at a very nascent stage. Financial reporting systems processes have got evolved over last multiple decade into a very good space. ESG, I think first, to many of the conversation that we had, even the taxonomy as to how do we define those measures, we are at that early stage this point in time. So hence, in my mind, developing sophisticated systems to support reporting, data analytics, it's some years away. The focus in organization like ours today is on first data capture, data audit trail to be created, and so that we can do some analytics around the trends of information around it. So reliability of the information, capturing information, and audit trail of the information is today the first focus area. At HUL, we have our own in-house tool that we have developed to do this, because when we scanned the market, we couldn't get much amount of solutions which were in that space. So we created our own tool. That's stage one. But stage two, now what we're doing is we started to collaborate with external business partners to develop an ecosystem tool for the industry. In times to come, two big need. ERP systems today, which only record financial transactions, they will have to evolve to record also non-financial transaction. So power cost is getting captured, and the source of the power, the usage of the power needs to start getting detailed as part of the ERP system. That in my mind is the right solution, but that's time away. Second important solution is blockchain, because when you talk about value chain and value chain reporting as part of BRSR, imagine a company has 50 customers, and they will start reporting to all 50 customers the cut of the data, which they need to include as part of their ESG value chain reporting. That is not sustainable. So can we then, hence, there's a need to create a distributed ledger, a blockchain around it, where data once created by an organization, appropriate slices getting picked up by anybody else who needs to complete their reporting. And hence blockchain as a technology, which is a distributed ledger, will need its own anchoring into ESG reporting in times to come.
Are you trying that, if I may ask?
At this stage, we have started to put, let me say, blueprint and paper respond in time. It's away. The current focus is to solve the data capture, reliability, and audit trail. That is what we have internally got it done. Now we're working with our business partners to create a tool which industry at length can use, which can keep getting evolved as BRSR is evolving. We can have a tool which all of us can end up using. So we are working with few partners, hopefully end up having a tool which industry at length can use, and everybody can benefit from a tool like that. So that's the second stage, but redefining ERP and blockchain, in my mind, is some years away.
Aditya, I have to come back to you again on disclosures. So your favorite piece. I heard, in one of the conferences like this, that why do we need so many frameworks, and why can't we just have, so you have financial reports, you have sustainability reports. Within sustainability reports, you have multiple jurisdictions asking for different disclosure formats and so on. Why can't we have one single integrated report for the benefit of investors? Which would combine both financial and non-financial disclosures. And there was an attempt in that direction from the Integrated Reporting Council in UK. So your take on that?
I think it's I think an aspiration for everyone. We have financial reporting for so many years, yeah, and the maturity of sustainability information to become very relevant for a business is, I think, a cultural shift that is needed. And for anything to become like not just a regulatory norm or not like a practice that can be audited, but to bring that cultural shift, I think it takes few generations, which has happened in financial reporting. To so many nations actually have financial reporting as a mainstream practice. But right now, sustainability reporting is not there still. It's many, many years away. So that's the first thing. The other is that when the moment we want to harmonize, I think the main issue here is who becomes the biggest, who is most, popular, who is more going to be revered by others. I think that's the problem which stops harmonization to happen.
When you say biggest, you mean in terms of standard setters?
Yeah, standard
Okay.
setters,
Okay.
who has the might,
Okay.
So you will see that now when IFRS, came into the picture of sustainability, they may have started with just the climate change dimension of reporting, right? But when they used the word sustainability and only on climate change, there was a big noise in the market around the world. Oh, now everything is going to change, including questions coming back to GRI that, okay, now sustainability reporting from IFRS, what will happen to GRI? But if you think about it, the understanding of what is the implication of each ESG topics to the core business, what you were mentioning and what you were mentioning, I think it's very important to really, get absorbed into the DNA of the company. It takes time. And that is where I think, as a regulatory body like SEBI here in India, I'm going to talk about my country only. Let's push this sustainability reporting not just as the, tick, tick, tick. Then it will never happen. Coming back to our question on harmonization, maybe the standards are different, but who stops from different organizations to collaborate and dialogue on where the assurance is, what kind of difficulties are companies facing, where if we can collaborate with civil societies to see, you asked about greenwashing, is there greenwashing, or even, the social impacts which are happening on the ground, are they really aware of what should be done by businesses? I would say harmonization of standards may take long time unless a big regulatory body, I don't know who will make it happen in the world. But because standard also has a commercial side to it, right? GRI, for example, is a public good, but not many standards on sustainability reporting in different dimensions are actually a freely available public good. So that's one point. Number two is what I mentioned. And number three, I think it's a cultural shift which will harmonize everything. So I feel this understanding about double materiality within a company can make it happen on its own. We don't have to wait for a body to, say that this is the standard. Companies can be very aware and very smart and say that we know where the impacts are on the people and planet and on the finance.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you there. So, the good part is in the sense I've been tracking all this for the last 5 years or so. The push from investors, I think, has done a very good job there. They didn't wait for regulators to mandate. Investors themselves were asking for it. And some of the enlightened corporates around the world were very voluntarily, disclosing what they needed to disclose to satisfy those investors. Plus also some of the fund houses saying that we'll not invest unless, you follow sustainability practices and so on. So now I'm mindful of time, so I will not see these are all very interesting, engaging issues, and we can keep discussing till cows come home. And I have list of more questions, but I'll not get there now. I'll get into my rapid fire round, and there you may say I don't want to answer. I don't want to force you. You can say no, I'll not answer this. Or answer is generally one line or one word, right? So I'll start with you, Manish. Is this okay with you? So the statement is technology to directly remove carbon from the atmosphere. Science fiction or reality?
It's science fiction, right?
One key ask from regulators in the area of sustainable finance.
Taxonomy.
Good. Greenium for bond issuances in emerging markets. Fact or fantasy?
Fact.
It will happen. Okay, good. Ritesh, if I can move to you. Should companies link the achievement of sustainability related goals to executive remuneration? Yes, no?
A big yes.
Wow.
We have it at HUL. My salary today gets decided how I deliver on sustainable goals.
Interesting. Flexibility, proportionality. I mean, these are two things which we've been parroting in all international meetings. We need flexibility, we need proportionality. And reliefs in the ISSB standards for companies in emerging markets, adequate or inadequate?
To some extent, inadequate.
Inadequate, okay. Does driving the ESG agenda come at the cost of sacrificing financial performance? Yes, no?
Absolutely no.
Okay, that was very clear. Aditi. So, I asked you this already, so that's why I was pausing, but let me ask you anyways. Do entities that form part of voluntary net zero responsible investing or other corporate purpose initiatives, do they walk the talk when it comes to sustainability? Yes or no?
To an extent.
To an extent.
Yeah.
Okay. Comment in one line. should companies in emerging markets use internal carbon pricing in decision making?
Yes.
Okay. I have one more question, but that is common for all of you. But before that, Sunil, I don't want to leave you from this round, but you can say no if you don't want to. I know you from RBI. So comment in one line, biggest challenge in assessing climate related risk. What is the biggest challenge?
Data.
Okay.
Of course, it has linkage to taxonomy, but still data will be the biggest challenge.
So data and taxonomy, that's what you would say, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The second question is, I'm asking you only two. Key feature necessary to increase the attractiveness of green deposits.
I think market says differential interest rate.
Sorry, say that again.
Market says differential interest rate. Because right now you cannot differentiate between a green deposit and a normal deposit. So market.
Okay. Right. Okay. Got it. All right. So let me see if I have some more stuff here. So this is a common question for all of you. E, S, or G, which should come first for a company? We'll start with you.
E.
I would say same thing, E.
I think it's G.
Right. And Sunil, E, S, or G, what comes first?
E cannot happen without G.
Good. So I'm not supposed to answer. For a change, I'm in a good spot today. Otherwise, I'm just used to sitting the other side. So I would go with G. I would go with Manish and Sunil, but I respect your answer as well. So now, last question, which I'll ask all of you, and that is, you need to complete the sentence. And the sentence is just 4 words. The path to net zero is.
Not a zero-sum game.
I would say the same, not a zero sum.
It's pretty much possible.
How?
Technology.
Technology, right. Sunil, path to net zero is. You may not answer.
I think creating an enabling regulatory environment.
Can you say that again?
Creating an enabling regulatory environment.
Right. Yeah. That's fair. So I will not trouble you anymore, but I will leave it open to the audience if they have. We can take maybe 1 or 2 questions very quickly. Yes, please. Yes, please. So I'll just take 2 questions because I'm mindful of the time.
One is RBI.
Right.
I am seeing banks giving a lower rate of interest to depositors for green deposits.
Just hang on. Can somebody pass on a mic to him so that Sunil can also listen?
So you just answered one of the questions from Mr. Amarjeet saying that differential rates, whereas we are seeing that banks are giving a lower rate of interest for green deposits. And to my mind, it's quite a bit of discussion both ways, that why should depositor get lower rate and vice versa. And I will also ask my second question. I don't want to lose my this thing, which is for the other panelists. What is the difference between transition finance and greenwashing? I see that anybody who's trying to transit, you might say he's greenwashing. These are my 2 questions. How is RBI? What are you going to do in terms of why should the depositor get a lower rate?
Yeah, we got your question. So I'll ask Sunil to answer the first question. And maybe Ritesh, would you like, one of you could answer the second one. So over to you, Sunil, quickly. Yeah.
Sir, the guidelines are pretty clear. Same tenor, same tenor. I think a couple of things are there. You cannot differentiate when you're offering the 2 kind of deposits. So there is no question of that. What banks may be doing, they're playing around with the maturity. Supposing 1 year kind of thing, they may be offering 367 days or 368 days. So there may not be. But I think if it's happening in the market, we have our supervisory teams at the grassroots level, they will examine. I'll stop short at that, saying that the guidelines are pretty clear on that. They cannot differentiate when it's a same tenor kind of report.
Can I try and answer your question again, not referring to any?
Yeah, I'm not talking about a regulatory question. I know the regulation, you can't differentiate between two depositors. My question is at a philosophical level as to when we're talking about sustainable finance and we're seeing green deposits as one of the ways in which RBI could push green finance or green objectives. I mean, how do you suggest it be done? I don't.
Yeah. I'll respond to that. I'll respond to that, madam. I think this was internally deliberated within the organization also, that whether we can give a differential rate of interest, either it could be higher side or lower side, 5 basis point up or 5 basis point down. But at that point of time, because see, you have to take one fact in mind, that before we came out with the green deposit framework, some 5 or 6 banks are already offering this thing. Now, if we had not come out with a framework, any bank or any entity would raise the money. And tomorrow, if there are issues relating to greenwashing, then the regulator will get caught there. So that's why we came out with a green framework, basically, which suggests as to what all steps a bank needs to do when they come out with the green deposits. And there are certain items which they have to comply with. Now, having said so, whether we can offer differential rate of interest, I think that is getting deliberated internally, but no final kind of stance has been taken on that. So it will be too early for me to comment on that. But I do.
Right, Sunil, thank you. Thank you, Sunil. Just to very quickly add to what Sunil said, at a philosophical level, the rationale is, as a depositor, am I willing to take less financial return and get more social return? So that's a combination of the two. The second question, transition finance and green finance, greenwashing, are they the same?
Sure. So they are not the same. See, the green, all greens are not the same. You can be a dark green, you can be light green, or you can be medium green. Let me just explain that. If you say dark green, then your project is good for the environment in all the aspects. So maybe it is mitigating carbon emission, but it's possible that, say, a wind project, for example, is mitigating carbon emission, but it might be in the path of migratory birds. So it is killing biodiversity. So in that case, it is still green to some extent, but not fully green. Now, there could be a project which was earlier using coal, thermal coal, for generation of power. Now, suppose they start using some waste, agro waste. It's not fully green because it is still emitting carbon, but then it is relatively better. So as long as we are clear, as long as there's a taxonomy which is clear whether this is dark green, medium green, or light green, then investors will be clear what they're funding. And as long as that is happening, I think it is fine. But if you're doing something which is light green and then claiming it is dark green, then I think it is greenwashing.
Correct. Thank you for that. So your last question, yes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I have seen that the research that has been done on ESG investing, so there is a dichotomy between findings in the emerging markets and the developed markets. So most of the developed markets report that firms with lower ESG risks, they are more, sort of resilient when it came to COVID period. The returns are better, and the ESG return has, ESG investing also has a long history in the US, although with a different name like SRI investing or not. But when we look at markets like India, then I did a couple of exploratory studies where there I found that the firms with higher ESG scores, they tended to crash more. For example, firms with higher ESG scores, they delivered lower returns. And that, had a resonance in other emerging market studies, which I could refer to. So are we alive to this fact that the ESG risks for the Indian investors mean differently than what they mean to investors in the developed markets? And what if we do not recognize this? And if we don't, then are we sure that the push towards ESG investing, that is going to actually succeed in the long run in a country like India, where in the previous panelists, one of the previous panelists said that investor doesn't care about anything except returns. Do you think that India is still at that stage where ESG is still ESG is still yet to find its place in the market, in the psyche of the investor? Thank you.
Okay, so returns are pretty much function of the risk. And the fact is that climate risk is now integral part of any investing. So, climate change is a global problem. It requires a global solution. Now, some part of the world has realized it. And, there are investors, like say Blackstone, they have got pie in all the geographies. So they know that their returns will definitely be impacted if there's climate change. Now, this is something which slowly the realization is happening. So fact is that today, climate risk is real, but it has not been integrated with the enterprise risk management. But eventually it will be realized because it is happening. So I guess, and I think the data which you're referring to is not a long enough data. So I said eventually, because climate risk is real, it will be realized and it will become part of the enterprise risk management. And ultimately returns are the function of the risk. So that's the way I will put it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will bring this discussion to a close now. Thank you very much, all of you, for a very engaging discussion. I enjoyed, and I'm sure audience also enjoyed. And you all chose to take the rapid fire round. I wish I could give you a gift hamper, but I don't have one. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, may I request you to stay on the stage to felicitate the panelists? May I invite Dr. Prabhasara to come on stage to felicitate Mr. Singh? Dr. Tithankar Patnaik, can we have you on stage for felicitating our panelists with the NSE bell? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll now break for lunch.
We thought there were problems putting it back, so we just got them in.
We'll start the third panel discussion at 2:30 sharp. So please be back by then. Thank you so much.
मैंने तुरंत जाके किया मेरा मेरे में चल रहा था क्या हो रहा है एक्सचेंज हो गया आपकी और ये पहले चूज करेंगे
It's connected to my.
That's okay.
You want to test the speed or something?
नहीं, that's okay. Speed इतना वो नहीं चाहिए. So this is lunch break. यहाँ से हम let's see. Okay, इसको duplicate कर देते हैं. ये आ गया. नहीं ये पहले कैसे आ गया? ये तो बाद में आएगा ना?
नहीं ये पहले आएगा, ये पहले रहेगा ये, क्योंकि वो ना उन्होंने बोला कि पहले पैनल को इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे, तो पहले पैनल। हाँ
ठीक है, ये किया, ठीक है, ये आ गया, ये फिर से आपने कहा ना, नहीं ये कुछ आपने मेरे में बराबर चल रहा है ये।
एग्जैक्टली कनेक्टेड है हॉटस्पॉट से।
जैसे
पर नेट तो चल रहा है ना, को देखो नेट चल रहा है, नेट का इशू तो नहीं है। पासवर्ड से एक बार शुड आई क्लोज एंड ट्राई अगेन?
एक सेकंड देखो मेरे में नहीं अभी फुल स्क्रीन नहीं। अच्छा जैसे ये कार्ड है, ठीक है,
पर आपके में ये लिखा हुआ आ रहा है।
नहीं वो कल वाला है ना, कल वाला है।
कितने हैं? एक और आएगी अभी, 5 है ना, पीछे रखिए, एक और लगाना है। रख दो 5 ये थोड़ा सा
ठीक है, ये मैंने बेंच पे कनेक्ट हो रहा है, अब वो कनेक्ट होके ज्वाइन द क्विज।
नहीं आ रहा है इसमें, नहीं आ रहा।
ये देखो मेरे में
तुम लॉग्ड इन हो आशना? एडमिन में लॉगिन है आपका, एक बार रिफ्रेश करके देखो वाले पोर्टल में।
मैंने
अच्छा एडमिन शायद लॉगिन नहीं है ना आपका? अच्छा है, रिफ्रेश करके देखो।
या तो एक काम करते हैं, फिर से अभी डाल देते हैं वो आप
एक बार इससे लॉग आउट, स्लाइडो से लॉग आउट करके देखा है? मैंने रिफ्रेश किया।
हाँ वो लॉग आउट करके एक बार
देखो।
ऐसा तो वो पावरपॉइंट भी ओपन कीजिए, उसमें भी क्या करते हैं, एक बार फिर से इंसर्ट कर लेते हैं।
अभी क्या
This connect also यहाँ पे वो explanation दिखा रहा है।
ये एक्सप्लेनेशन क्यों जा रहा है, क्यों नहीं जा रहा है?
वो क्यों नहीं जा रहा है, वो आइडियली नहीं आना चाहिए।
नहीं कहीं इसलिए तो नहीं
हार्ड है ना, नहीं है
Q&A जा रहा है क्या स्लाइडों पे? एक बार Q&A करेगी?
नहीं अभी नहीं, तो फिर से एक बार इंसर्ट करके देखते हैं। ये किया, ठीक है, ये हाँ अब हुआ ना, वो लॉग इन लॉग आउट।
सुबह भी बोल रही है तो मैं एक बार ट्राई कर लो। एक बार लॉग आउट नहीं, हमने पहले सुबह ट्राई कर लिया रन करके।
एडमिन
तो मुझे लगता है वो कंसिस्टेंट रहो। एक बार आशना जस्ट बिफोर द स्टार्ट ना 5 मिनट पहले आपने फिर से एक बार ये चीज देख लेना।
देखो इसको डुप्लीकेट में भी एक बार देख लेते हैं, सो दैट ये हो गया ठीक।
पर ये अरे एक सेकंड ऐसी क्यों दिख रही है?
हाँ वो एक सेकंड
डुप्लीकेट करने से हो रहा है।
डुप्लीकेट
बड़ी स्क्रीन पे डालो, कैसा देखो। एक सेकंड के लिए देख लेते हैं आ रहा है कि नहीं। अच्छा हाँ ठीक है,
ये बराबर तो ऐसे ही रखना, ठीक है ठीक है।
नेक्स्ट वाला एक से
हाँ
उसके नेक्स्ट स्लाइड करेंगे तो आएगा,
हो जाएगा ना, लोगों को दिखेगा।
अभी वरना बाहर पहले ही दिखता है। टाइमर चालू हटा के देख लेते हैं।
हटा के देख लो ना एक बार, आप हटवा दो, ठीक है ये हुआ, ठीक है ये ज्वाइन वाला आ गया, उसके बाद ये टाइमर स्टार्ट हो गया, ठीक है।
उसको बताना है, मैंने उसको मतलब
मेरा 2 to 3 एक मीटिंग है, हेल्प मिनिस्टर एंड मैं आता हूँ, ठीक है।
हाँ ये ना आशना मैं थोड़ी देर फोन चार्ज कर लेता हूँ। मेरा इसमें है हाँ आई हैड आप लोग करो, मेरा इसमें 70% है। हाँ मैं
Would you be kind enough to tell me what is his full name, Mr. Manish? Mr. Manish Chaurasia, his designation, he didn't give us a card, so we left wondering. The designation is?
The CEO of Tata Capital. But Q&A चलेगा कि नहीं? Q&A चलेगा?
Q&A भी फिर regular ही चलेगा. We'll moderate. Q&A भी कर ही लेंगे फिर. वो तो after the panel होगा. हाँ, ये चार्जिंग पोर्ट कहाँ पे है? वाइट में टाइम होता है, एक दो क्वेश्चन आप पैनल से आंसर करेंगे. साइडों से दिखा था फिर वो